Wow. Well, well, well. Hello. It's OC contest time again. It's that time. It's that time again. My judges with me this time are Boop and Skami, as you can see. Our theme this time is elements. Periodic table of elements. So this should be an interesting one. That should be an interesting theme. Any thoughts on the theme? Any thoughts on what we might see today? Or
My main thought on this theme is that it's a very challenging theme to do well. There are a lot of elements. A lot of elements are similar to each other in a lot of ways, and so I am excited to see how people have approached trying to make operators that really exemplify one of the elements.
It's science time!
It is indeed time for science.
Let's see how science goes.
Also, hello chat. It is me.
Alright. So, are we ready to get started? What elements do you guys expect to see? Because I think I mentioned a couple times that like we had like neon show up a couple times, or like we had some other ones show up a couple times. What are you guys expecting? Like what elements? Anything like particular expectations, or are you kind of like let's just see what happens?
I expect to see at least one copper in there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm expecting to see a lot of radioactive elements, and I'm expecting to see a lot of halogens. Those are my two big guesses.
Okay. Okay. Well then.
I'm not gonna lie. When I proposed this, I completely forgot what the periodic table looked like. All I remembered are the noble gases and like salt.
My brother in the OC contest, this was your idea.
I know, that's the best part about this.
Salt is notably not on the periodic table.
Sodium is actually, salt is not.
I mean,
Yeah.
salt. Salt is made up of two elements, which is and I remembered both elements.
That's true.
Yeah, it's NaCl, not just Na.
Listen, here in the North America server, we have a lot of salt. All right.
You're not entirely wrong, but like salt again. Still, you gotta mash some elements together. Anyhow, so y'all think we're ready to get started? See what we got today?
Absolutely.
All right, let's go. Did I remember to add chat into this? I absolutely did not. So give me a very quick second. I was like, I think I might have
That is
forgotten.
overrated. The
like,
three judges should take up the entire side of the screen.
Hush you.
Okay.
Whoops. Ignore that. Mild adjustments as we go to the loading screen because I need to steal chat for us. Because I need to steal the chat thing here. Mild tech shenaniganry. Yeah, again, things of using a new PC. On the one hand, everything runs nicely. On the other hand, holy crap, it's a time to try to adjust everything into place. It's fine.
That is what we like to call on-stream technical difficulties.
It's fine, don't worry
Please
about it.
make your way to the nearest exit. There will be popcorn on the ride. Please keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle. We do not want another incident like last week.
It's fine. It all works out. Probably. I say as I'm just making some very quick adjustments to the width of it because I gotta make sure y'all don't leak over.
Listen, I keep getting calls from the morgue, or not the morgue. They listen. They got a lot of business from us. They're very excited to see if we will continue to do business with them, and
there we
the
go.
plan is to not do that. You know.
Anywho, we're good to go now. Mild beep booping, but we're good to go. Yeah, you guys are reading this correctly. It's a 1-star merchant. 1-star merchant Hold on. 1-star merchant robot just sounds like a vending machine. I'm gonna be honest. 1-star merchant. My first thought just went vending machine.
Okay, if this is not a vending machine, this robot's getting 0 from me.
Oh dear. All right, let's see what we can get here. Let's see what we got. Okay, heads up in advance. The relation to theme is gonna be a little bit on different slides because some of the descriptions were just single words of what it was. Other ones were longer descriptions, so there's a little bit of finagling in where I had to sneak in, some of the, relationship themes. Anyhow, 1-star merchant robot. stats are, I think, are correct in terms of redeployment time. That's really just the big one.
Yeah, and I think, with robots, you have a lot of leeway in terms of what you want your stats to be because there's no real
Yeah.
comparisons
Mhm.
within class list.
Mhm. All right. Well, talents potentials. Cold, so things to do with cold fusion. Kind of give you an idea of what the theme is. So we're gonna look at the potential 6 because with robots, with the talents, you gotta look at the last one because every pot wants their talent because they don't got skills or actual other talents. It's just how they work. So for 18 seconds, they take. Oh, interesting. So the robot drains more DP every 3 seconds. Allies take. I mean, it's really not a lot. I mean, it's like that's not an insignificant amount of damage as true damage for the squishier ones up top on high ground.
If you leave it alone, your Podenko is gonna fucking die because Podenko has like 1,000 HP.
You're taking 6 hits of
I mean,
this.
if you leave this robot alone, they're going to die, right? After a certain amount of time.
They're gonna die. Let's see, 140%. So it's gonna be like, what is that? 300-ish. 400. 418,
Their
I
attack
think.
is 299, so
418 if I'm
yeah,
doing
that
my
sounds
math
about
right.
right.
Yeah, about 400-ish. So you'll die in about
So then,
3 ticks.
yeah, 3 or 4 ticks, depending on whether the HP trust is included or not.
But you act as an SP battery where your allies gain 3 SP every 3 seconds. So basically, effectively 1 SP a second. It just ticks at the 3-second mark. So you're gonna get a total of, what is that, 18? So just 18 DP? Or 18 SP?
18 SP for 18, not 18 DP. Is it?
You're gonna drain
It's
additional
60
DP every 3 seconds. So it's 4 DP every 3 seconds.
4, right,
So
right.
for 24 DP drain? If I'm doing my maths right?
No,
Yeah.
so 27 if you include the cost of the robot.
Oh, that's true. 27 if you include the cost.
To
So
be fair, 27 DP for like 18 SP to at least 2, maybe 3 operators is pretty worth it.
that is pretty worth it.
Yeah. You do need a medic too, or you only get 9 SP, I think.
Hey, if you only
I
need
mean-
9 SP, just throw down the vending machine and just let things go.
I mean, considering the amount of healing that's in the game, I'm pretty sure like the damage is like not negligible. It's just that you just need to pay attention that it's there in the first place, right?
Yeah, if you have, this is basically just do you have enough healing so you don't eat yourself? That's literally it. So
It's not a tiny amount of damage,
Yeah.
especially if you're hitting a lot of allies with it.
it's for high ground ops.
it-
This can kill you.
You want to
Definitely.
know what this reminds me of?
Hmm.
This reminds me of that one Juggernaut defender we had that just had like a giant true damage explosion and then fucking died and had like a 500-second redeployment time.
It was pretty funny, but the damage did not justify having that long of a nuke.
No.
But
This does though. 18 SP for because
Yeah,
if
that's
you
a
don't
good
pot your
amount of
robots,
SP.
you're trolling.
it's not a bad amount of SP, but it's basically, again, it's just a heal check. On the other hand, I can absolutely see this fucking someone over when they're like, all right, I need my DP, and the boss that's on an AOE nuke or something and just kills everyone on the map. And you're just like, uh-oh, I made a terrible mistake.
I mean,
Yeah,
but
I
that's
think-
also where like the strategy comes in because the thing about robots, except for like Lancet, every robot needs some form of strategy around them, which I like. It shouldn't really just be a brain dead drop them and their effects take effect, right? Like that's why Castle 3 only buffs melee operators and not all operators, right?
It's an interesting take on a merchant, though, I will say. For a 1-star merchant, that's a pretty interesting take. The relation
I
to
think-
the... Oh, go ahead.
I think one-star merchant is a really interesting place to be in because the other robots have the advantage of being like much cheaper than standard operators.
Mm-hmm.
This one does not, because you have merchant trait, and most of the cost of merchants is from merchant trait, and you don't get merchant module, and the talent costs even more DP. So it's actually like more expensive to deploy than a standard merchant, which is interesting.
It's an interesting take of like of how to implement a robot. I was a little worried about seeing one-star robot initially, but I'm like, this is actually a pretty interesting take on it. This is a genuinely interesting take on it.
You know what I see this robot like? I feel like this robot was designed for guide makers to be like, hey, you have your Whistle, plop down your beacon sticks so to charge your S3 faster. Make sure you have your hibiscus healing the both of them so that they don't die. Press the Whistle skill and boom, the stage is done, you know?
Kyo's like, oh fuck yes, this makes my life so much easier. Alright, so any guesses on what the actual element could be that relates to this? Any? Don't all jump up at once now.
Cold fusion, so nitrogen.
I don't think it's nitrogen.
Isn't nitrogen like really cold, or am I thinking about something else?
Well, liquid nitrogen is cold, but cold fusion isn't about being like extremely cold. It's just about not being at normal fusion temperatures.
Yeah, cold fusion.
I don't remember what elements you theoretically use in cold fusion.
As far as
Today I
know,
learned.
Yeah, you're using similar elements to like regular fusion, but the whole point of cold fusion is you don't have to effectively have the sun, like sun level of temperatures or something like that. Like absurdly high temperatures to fuse. It's just a lot cooler than that, hence cold part of it. Anyhow, the element is palladium.
Palladium, okay. The long con on is working, chat. I get to learn about my chemistry class on stream. Let's go.
We found out Boop's mode is finally. But okay. It's like, yeah, I think that's a pretty good way to implement it. It's like, it's not direct, but it's like, oh yeah, okay. It's a pretty cool way to implement what Palladium can do, things that it can do. So, all right. I like it. I'm liking it.
Very nice. Very cool.
Reasonable enough.
We will handle reality precursor thing. Exactly. Is it possible on planet Earth? I don't know. However, in Arknights, hey, Originium does a lot of things, alright? So it's like, we can kind of let that slide. Alright. So, with lore, I think if I remember right, with all this, with it being very long, we're not gonna read through it out loud, because holy crap, that's a lot of reading. That being said, though, who wants to do robot vending machine, cold fusion reactor voice lines? TLDR Ambers is just merging two elements to create like really long-term clean energy. Is the TLDR of fusion and cold fusion, but cold fusion is like way more like ooh, because it's less tech. It's like less. I think it's less energy intensive or something along with that. So yeah.
The problem with hot fusion is that you need giant magnetic containment fields, and you need to spend a ton of energy getting stuff up to heat. So it generally isn't like energy positive coming out. In theory, if you could do cold fusion, which there's no real present indication that we have a way of doing so, it would mean you don't have to heat things up, and you'd be able to have more net energy coming out of the process. And potentially you could do it in a smaller space, but
but that's a limitation. We're not sure if it's even possible on planet Earth. Also, Zui, don't crash your car. Focus on driving. Alright, we're gonna go to the second page of lore?
Yes, sir.
I will say my biggest question is, like, are there actual elements on planet Terra? Like, do elements work the same? Like, does Palladium itself exist on planet Terra?
For the purpose of this contest theme, I would say let's assume so specifically for this contest theme, because we all know they don't have actual guns.
It's like, nah, we're gonna kneecap every single person on lore that says the element exists on planet Terra.
They do make reference to some elements, even if they're ones that, if not the whole periodic table, right? Like calcification, classic one. But
we can assume that it'll.
I agree. We can assume that we aren't taking points off of literally everyone for this.
No, but hear me out. If we take points from everyone for this, then it's all equal in the end anyway.
We're countering grade inflation.
Exactly. I mean, we kind of already kneecapped it pretty good with our current set of scores.
Yes, there will be a curve, don't worry.
The test is... God, we're just giving a physics exam at this point.
There will be a curve. This is not on the... This will be on the test.
We're just giving a physics test, goddamn. Alrighty. Do we want to move... We ready to go on to the next, to voice lines now?
Yep.
Yes.
So, who wants to do robot voice lines? Anyone?
I'll do it, why not?
Alright, Robo Boop, go forth.
What do I think about my current situation? I do not know if I should want for more, but I don't. No point in asking for something that is impossible to achieve. Does that answer your question?
Very nice. Alright. I guess on that note, are we ready to go on to points?
Yes.
Alright.
What's up?
Who wants to lead us off?
I'm happy to meander for a bit. Talk for a bit about the story.
Yeah, go for it.
Alright. Let's talk about cohesion and integration first. And I'm going to be, like I did in the previous contest, I'm going to be lumping in the special theme of this concept, which is how well it integrates the chosen element. So in my mind, the theming behind this operator doing true damage to things around it and also giving us feat to things around it is, as mentioned in the lore, it's sort of exciting the originium in operators' bodies, and I think that works. That is appropriate for doing true damage. It's appropriate for giving SP. I'm a little bit less sure of how it integrates with other aspects of the lore, such that it has the potential to uplift and inspire the downtrodden. And I'm not entirely sure how tightly linked that is with this idea of cold fusion. I mean, the fusion reactor isn't necessarily leaking out radiation and the radiation is causing true damage. It's doing something more complicated with originium that is beneficial to it in some way. And in a similar sort of nitpick, I think the cold fusion connection with palladium is solid. At the same time, I would have loved to have seen more than just one aspect of the element connect to the kit design. It's a little hard to do that with a one-star operator, but I think that's part of what makes one-star operators so challenging to design. All the same, I think pretty good. I'm going to give that a 2 on cohesion and integration. Lore and character focus. I think the lore is basically just fine. I'm not sure there's a whole lot else to say about that. Yeah, they were created by Closure. They have a personality designed by Closure in the same way that the other robots have a personality designed by Closure. They're made by Mechanists, full integration with Mechanist, who builds a lot of stuff in Rhodes Island. But it doesn't particularly spark any excitement in me. There's this one mention about perhaps the Originium is influencing the AI in some way, but I don't think it's explored enough for me to be especially enthusiastic about it. So I'm going to give that a 1.5 on lore.
1.5 for the lore. All right.
Kit. I think the kit is pretty good. I have a couple of quibbles with it, which I'll start with the quibbles and then go on to the stuff that I'd like a lot.
Uh-huh.
My first quibble is the trait upgrades are really large from getting extra potentials.
Mm-hmm.
The operators we have to compare really are like, Castle 3, Justice Knight, Friston 3, Lancet 2, that sort of thing. Fonor to some extent. Fonor does a similar thing where it has different things that jump up at different points in time. But the strongest increase of those is Lancet 2, which goes up from a heal of 200 to a heal of 500. But also a fair bit of Lancet strength and just the auto attack that Lancet is doing. I think a better comparison to Castle 3, where the buff goes from being a 10% buff for 10 seconds to a 20% buff for 20 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
This increases its SP generation from 0.4 per second to 1 per second, basically, from 2 every 5 to 3 every 3,
Mm-hmm.
and additionally doubles the duration. In my opinion, I think this is a little bit too much, but maybe it's okay. It's a minor nitpick. I also don't really like that at high potentials, the 2 effects, or the 3 effects, I suppose, are all synced up, right? It does AoE damage every 3 seconds. It drains extra DP every 3 seconds, with the merchant trait. And it causes all allies in the surrounding tiles to gain SP every 3 seconds. That's good. At lower levels, the SP is every 4 seconds, and I don't think there's a super compelling reason to disjoint those. I understand it gives you more design space to work with exactly how much SP per second you're generating, but I think keeping things aligned really helps sell the theme of the operator, and makes the whole pulse or the whole effect feel coherent with itself. The other thing is, as I mentioned, this is a 1-star operator who is not really cheap to deploy. They cost a little bit less than other merchants, but if you keep them deployed for more than 6 seconds, then they end up costing just as much because they cost way more DP per second.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is to some extent missing the point of 1-star operators, where a significant thing that they do is not just ignoring the deployment limit, but also being very easy to deploy in addition to their operators, having a low deployment cost, but having a relatively low impact, even if the thing they're doing causes really big changes, small heal, a small fragile, that sort of thing. By having an operator that costs as much to deploy as a 6-star merchant, you end up making an operator that is in competition with standard operators more so than it is in competition with other robots. And I'm not super fond of that. That said, I think the talent itself, the concept of doing this small amount of true damage and in an AoE to allies and to self and to enemies, and causing everything to generate SP is super great. Big fan of that. I'm going to give it a 1.8 for Kit.
1.8 for Kit?
Balance-wise, I think the balance is slightly weak, but not by very much. My best basis of comparison for this, I believe, is Ak plus Liskarm. Liskarm costs, I want to say, 18 DP. Ak costs, I don't know, 13 maybe?
I got you. Give me 1 second. Liskarm at
2
pot
Liskarm.
6 is 20, and Ak at Oh, Ak is not a medic.
Noak is a geek. He is specialist.
Listen, he has the medic trainer skill, okay? I got confused. Ak is 13 DP at pot 1.
Yeah, okay, so, 33 DP, 30-ish DP. You get half of that back when you retreat people, and you get, when you retreat them, and you get 15 SP on one target. Basically instantly, with relatively few restrictions, and, you can keep Ak around, you can keep Liskarm around if you want. They're somewhat valuable. So, for 15 DP, you get 15 SP on one person. Basically instantly. When this operator is deployed for 9 seconds, they cost 15 DP, and they've given 9 SP out to everyone in a big AoE, and they've done, I would describe it as an amount of true damage that is not significant to enemies, but is significant to operators, because, enemies have much more HP than operators have. I think that's not a super strong thing to be doing, and I'm a little meaner to it than I would be for other stuff, because I think operators that take a lot of DP to do things end up limiting sort of the gameplay space that you're playing in, right? If the idea is that you bring this operator as a power multiplier for the operators you already have that's battering their SP, but it's going to take all of the DP you have in order to do that, I think that leads to not super great gameplay.
I will counter that though with saying that if you're using Ak and Liskarm to battery and then retreating them, right? That is 2 operators, you do have to commit to that, whereas for Beacon 6 it's just a singular operator with you can just ignore DP limit on. Or not DP deployment limit on.
Ignore deployment limit. That's like a meaningful upside. I think the damage is a meaningful downside though.
Yeah.
Often Liskarm actually doing things is a meaningful upside. Like deploying Ak and Liskarm and then retreating them, I think is not a super powerful thing to be doing in most circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
It is a thing that you can do. Also, you get them back sooner than you get this.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, Ak Liskarm combo gives 30 SP assuming there's someone next to Liskarm. And that's mainly what it's used for, if I remember.
Well, it gives 30 SP if you're including the SP that Liskarm gets, right? Or does Liskarm module give her an extra +1 to a random target nectar?
Oh, I'm including the SP she gets.
Gotcha.
Because I'm pretty sure she doesn't get extra. That would be insane if she did.
Her mod gives her a chance to get extra.
I don't think the SP that's on her is super relevant for this comparison.
Yeah.
But in any event, I think it is pretty close to being good, but I think it is a little weak. I'm gonna give it a 2.2 on balance. So.
2.2 on balance. That comes out to a 7.5 overall for our first score. Alrighty. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Alright.
So I'm gonna start with the lore. I do think the lore was nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think it fits the world in the sense of the flavor text of robots compared to each other and compared to other characters. It's very simple and it has this sort of clear direction to it. I do like the lore of the science behind it. I do think that's neat as well. I'm not too educated on it, but I do like the connection with Originium and kind of integrating that with it. So I'll give it a 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
I do think the kit is interesting, but it's not. How should I say? It's not what I was expecting from a 1-star merchant, so I'll give it a 1.2.
Okay.
Because I think I do agree with Skami that it's not very similar to the power of the other robots, and it's not as creative as it could be. Like, for example, Thermiex. Thermiex is classified as an executor, right? But he just it gives a bunch of fragile to all enemies in the surrounding 8 tiles, right? And it's a very good effect, right? And it's not that this effect isn't good, it's just that it feels very misaligned in a way, right? I could see this talent being on a regular operator, essentially, right? Or it could be like the skill of a regular operator, right? It does not feel like a 1-star talent, essentially. I do think the balance is underpowered as well because, again, you have that DP cost, you have the damage, and then you have the SP, right? I don't think the SP... I think the SP is the best part in terms of, like, how balanced it is. But I do agree that it does feel slightly underwhelming. What do you call it? I'll give it a 1.3 for balance.
Okay.
And for the cohesion and the integration, I guess this is where my critique about it, sort of like being misaligned from other robots, would come in. Again, like, I don't feel like it is a robot talent, right? Because it does have, like, the thing, right? Because the thing about all the robots is that you plop them down and their effect happens, right? This sort of happens over a period of time, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But from a 1-star merchant robot, it is not bad, right? It's not bad. It's not bad for a 1-star merchant robot, but I do agree that it's missing something for me to consider it a full robot, right? So I'll give it a 1.
1. Okay, so Boop is rather harsh with the points.
Isn't 1 our baseline?
1.5 is our baseline.
Oh, 1.5 then. I'm sorry. Can I change kit and balance to 1.7 respectively each? I thought 1 was our baseline. I'm sorry.
All right, hold on. You're gonna have to give me points again because I'm like, oh crap, I gotta redo.
1.7, 1.7, 1.5, 1.5.
So 1.7 plus 1.7. Sorry, 1.7, 1.7, 1.5, and
1.5 for lore.
Okay, so I was like, damn.
I'm sorry, I thought 1 was our baseline.
Oh, it's 1.5 now because we adjusted the 4 categories. It used to be 1.
Listen, I'm glad we're getting this out of the way now and not after day 1.
And not after we already did the scores. Wait a minute, this is our baseline? I was like, damn, that's kind of low. It's lower than Scotty, but damn. Alright, so, alright, my turn. Kit, I will say, I like, from like the kit feeling fresh and interesting, I do like that. Because, you know, this kind of like SP battery, and then this SP battery at like a cost, and you get to do some more boosting. I will say SP battery is can be very strong. I think there was definitely an attempt to try to balance around like how powerful SP batting is, with like the damage and then the additional DP drain. So I do think this is actually pretty fresh and interesting. I'll probably get into the cohesion and like the overall feel of it into balance and cohesion into that section. But as a kit itself, I think this was actually pretty creative, and like with the way you try to go about this for a robot, I think it's pretty commendable that you went for something pretty creative. You went out there for the kit. Like I will commend that. I'll give you a 2 on that. Because I think you made a very good effort to try to make this new and refreshing, and trying to make a 1-star merchant interesting. As for the balance, I think that this is where things start getting thrown off for balance. Because like, again, I'm probably gonna double dip on balance a bit for the balance and the cohesion integration section for the gameplay element. I'll get to the theming later on. I think the theme is actually fine, but or the theme I have a couple questions on. But as for the balance, I think it's a really long commitment, which to me, like my fellow judges have said, the long commitment kind of plays a bit against the whole concept of a robot, right? Like, you put down Thermex, he explodes, job done. Like, he's in and out, right? Lancet, you put Lancet down, it's still kind of an in and out. You're not really using Lancet that long to have her consistently heal, right? You put down Lancet, you get the talent off, and then you're like, all right, we out, right? I mean, maybe have her tank a Patriot Spear. I don't know. I've seen people do that in the Patriot maps. Same thing, Castle. Like you're not really doing a very long commitment. This is a very big and a very long commitment for a robot, considering that, it's 18 seconds after deployment. You're draining 4 DP every 3 seconds, so it's 24. The robot itself costs 3, so you're burning 27 DP for this, right? Like, that is a decently long and a decently big DP commitment that you have to go to in order to bat at most 8 units, but you're very, very rarely going to be able to bat those units, because how often are you arranging all your units in a square? In a 3x3 square, right? Like, you're really not. So it's like, given the commitment, like, to me it feels like it doesn't feel very robot-y. So for cohesion and integration, we'll do balance first. For balance wise, I think it's like I'm kind of in agreement that it's like a little bit under, considering how long you have to commit to it, given how powerful SP costs. Like, I understand you try to go for it, so I'll give it a 1.5. Like, I think it's like I can let that slide. I think cohesion integration I might be a little harsher, because I think this doesn't quite fit the 1-star concept. Like, again, to me, the 1-star is just does their job very quickly, and then dips. Like, they don't commit that long. Like, you're usually not committing that long. Yes, TRC, you can kind of let them stay there a bit, but again, it's how often are you really going to use TRC for like the entire duration, right? Like, that's kind of my concept with robots.
TRC is more troll in a sense, right? Because you're not going to put down TRC and be like, oh yes, I want to have them stun the target for 2 seconds, or 4.2 seconds,
You're never gonna hard commit to leaving a robot on the field or a 1-star on the field. It just doesn't fit with how you play with them in game. Like, yes, I could leave them on the field and have them do something. It's just like, you're not going to do that though outside of very, very, very niche situations. So to me, that doesn't fit with how a robot operates, if that makes sense. As for the talent, or as for the relation of the theme, I think using it for Cold Fusion is a pretty interesting concept. I think that's actually a pretty cool way to go about it. So that gets 2 thumbs up, right? But then the whole, like, doing damage to allies, like, wait, hold on, what's wrong with your Cold Fusion reactor? Why is it, like, exploding? Why is it going through, why is it going through meltdown and your allies are taking damage? Now, hold up. Like, is your operator a Cold Fusion version of an RBMK reactor from Chernobyl? Because if that's, or are you a mere 3 Mile Island? Like, hold on, why are your allies taking damage with this? Like, hold on, that means you didn't quite pick, like, hold on here now. Like, that's a little bit like, I don't know. But I can still get the concept, so it's like, again, I don't think I can give 2 high points on that. Like, I think you met it. I think you did a pretty, like, basically, the working Palladium with the Cold Fusion, that's like, yeah. But then, like, the yeah of it is kind of balanced out by the, wait, are you, like, running a Chernobyl or 3 Mile Island thing? Balanced out by that. So it kind of just flattens back out to 1.5 overall. As for the lore, I think the lore meets. Does it do anything particular to me that makes me go like, oh, wow? Not particularly. So I think it'll just be another 1.5 for me for that. Like, I think it meets. I don't think it necessarily, how I fit the inside of my mouth. I don't think it necessarily wows me. Yeah, I was figuring they're like, no, I know Fission and Fusion are totally different, but the concept is, why are you taking damage for, like, Cold Fusion? That's my whole concept of, like, okay, if you're, the whole concept of the energy is like, okay, Cold Fusion itself is supposed to be like, safe, clean energy, but it's like, okay, hold on now. But yeah, no, I do get that it's different situations between what exactly it is between Fission and Fusion, but it's the idea of why is it doing damage. Like, I am aware that 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl are for fission reactor. Like, currently we don't have fusion reactors. That's why we're still researching it. Anyhow, it's going to come out to 6.5 overall. So,
I will
what's our
say
total?
regarding Phonar Zero, I would consider Phonar Zero to be an exception rather than something that should be part of the rule, you know? Because the thing about Phonar Zero is that Phonar Zero is elemental damage, right? And you can't have a robot drop down and do like 2,000 elemental damage on burst, right?
I cast Explode. As funny as that would be, you drop in, you cast Insta Kaboom.
Because elemental damage is just so very different than anything else that we have.
But again, I do think this was a really good concept of trying to make to make this 1-star robot work. I do think it was a very good concept.
Yeah, it was a very nice start.
I think it was a very good start, though. Like, I saw a 1-star robot and I was like, that's a little, I was like, okay, we'll see how this goes. Alright, but I think it did pretty well. Okay, let me clear out some scores and we'll go on to the next one. Also, Zui, we're going to try to squeeze you in at the end. I don't know if you'll still be up by the time we get to the very end, but we're going to try to squeeze you in at the very end today. Alright. Next one, it is Bull. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I read that as Cassis Bella at first, and I was like, wait, what? But anywho. We have a Phalanx caster. We have a Cabernet Phalanx caster. I was like, was this made by Bull or was this made by Spipley? Someone double check for me right quick.
It says by Bullshot.
It was made by Bull. I'm like, I know it was made by Bull. It's like, Cabernet? Phalanx? Spipley? Spipley, is that you? From Lithanian. Righty. Just Phalanx caster, nothing too crazy with the, nothing too crazy with
so far.
The initials. Alright. Again, I'm not entirely sure where I fit in relation to theme in some of these, because, again, with how people went through it, sometimes it's just the letters. Other time, like something that was just, yes, this is what I do. Other time people gave full explanation, so I was like, I don't know. Anywho, stats. Well, we can compare to Rat, we can compare to Karn for our 6-star phalanxes.
Stats are fine. It seems that potentials are not included. Which is fine.
This is a really high defense, is my commentary.
Is it?
I think so, yeah.
Carnelian is 258, and Rat without module is 282. So it's slightly above. Slightly above. Yeah. The 200 less HP, though, give or take. Yeah, Carnelian has 2100, and Rat has 2048.
Okay. Talents and potentials. Also, I think we're also getting our theme relation, because this appears to be cesium. But I'll double check as we go, because I know I put it in there somewhere, but I'm pretty sure that, yeah, this is just a short explanation. Anyhow, so talents, what do we got? So we have a different form of rat barrier, it seems like.
This feels
the opposite of rat barrier in some sense.
It's just a regular shield, honestly.
Yeah, it's more like Mudrock or, I don't know, Roberta. I don't remember all of the operating shields.
15 layers of shield, it seems.
15 is a large number.
It is a very large number.
And 25 seconds is not that long, especially if you consider Mudrock only gets one every 9 seconds.
Like, you get 15 shields after. It's like.
Yeah, this is like you are immune to damage unless you're getting hit more than like 1.5 times a second.
They're gonna release an enemy
Sorry,
that
the
just
opposite.
has. They're gonna
You're immune
release
to
an enemy
damage
with a
as long
gap.
as you don't get hit more than once every 1.5 seconds, more or less. That is a really strong effect.
That is a very, very, very strong talent. I think we may or may not have gone into we may have gone a little bit into the skill talent section. Like, while the barrier's down, they lose HP, but I'm kinda here just like, yeah, but the problem is medics exist, and 25 seconds of downtime is very quick, so like.
And it's not even 25 seconds of downtime, which I think that would be reasonable. I mean, it depends.
Oh, wait,
this all depends on where you hit, but
wait, that's not even
it starts recovering as soon as you get hit once. So you don't even have that period of vulnerability after your shield breaks and you have to recover for 15 seconds.
Just don't fucking die. Wait, I think this would be OP. This would be OP. This would be borderline OP as a skill. Let alone a talent.
I mean, I'm not necessarily opposed to a Fame Length chapter that's more built around shields and
I wouldn't be,
you know, less built around doing a ton of damage. It'll just depend on what the skills end up being. And
I wouldn't be either, but the talent itself is just the fact that they're functionally immortal to a degree is like, that's a little yabe to me. That talent 2 is, So you almost get 0.4 seconds. Isn't that higher than Tylo? For that SP recovery rate? Tylo's what, 0.33? Is everyone in range? Right? If I'm reading that correctly?
This is like an AoE thing, right? As self-SP regeneration is like whatever. You know, the skills will just cost more SP to counterbalance it. Like Carnelian.
Surely.
The skills should not cost as much SP as they do, but because she has a talent that gives her more SP, they made them super expensive.
Surely it'll cost more, right?
Surely.
Probably.
Well,
and it's, you know, it's in theme for the operator. It's, I'm assuming when it says hasn't received damage for 3 seconds, it means hasn't been like attacked, has not blocked things with the barrier.
Yeah, my assumption is like if you lost one layer of barrier, but then 3 seconds passed, your recovery rate will jump up. But if you're constantly taking hits in that 3-second window, then it's you're back to standard recovery regen rate. That's how I'm understanding this. The skills are gonna make or break this operator so badly.
Listen, everyone's already taking this operator everywhere anyway. It's 15 shields.
That's true.
I don't know. It's 15 shields, but not on an operator that can block, so it is still kind of niche, even if your operator is literally like invincible to ranged attacks. And this is not invincible to ranged attacks, it's very hard to kill with ranged attacks.
True.
In fairness, Lyn is also very hard to kill with ranged attacks, because you need to do like over 1,000 damage to break through the shield.
Hey, you want to know something? Our beloved Emperor's Blade still takes this out with one AoE in Dominion.
Because they just insta-gives you no matter what. Let's go.
Let's go.
I will say, ironically, this operator will get slapped in B2 with the Christmas trees. Because they actually attack quickly. So I'm like, wait, it's pretty funny that it kind of goes the opposite direction.
Yeah, one Christmas tree with no risks can break the shield. Barely.
Because they go
What's this?
They go pretty quickly.
Christmas tree? I'm confused.
CCB2, the Seaboard Reef Breakers.
Reef Breaker.
The ones that do more damage as they ramp up, but they start out with a piddly amount of damage.
Oh, that one.
Yeah, it was in CCB2. What you would do is you just throw down a Lyn, and just watch them like faceplant trying to get through Lin's barrier because they just don't do enough damage on the first hit, so they just can't ramp up because they're not doing any damage.
Oh,
So your Lin
that's
just perma-tanks.
really cool. That's really cool, actually.
Yeah, it made Lin. Yeah, Lin's pretty broken in that regard.
Man, I didn't know why people thought she was underpowered when she first released.
Well, because the module is what made her broken. Anywho,
Oh,
so let's see.
This is again a really big defense stat.
It is quite a big defense stat, and then
Plus 76 defense is insane. Holy shit.
okay, so the
Hold on.
buff from the module now includes invisible enemies, and they lose invis. So you have invis reveal, like pseudo invis reveal. Okay.
Yeah, my understanding of this is that the damage is only dealt when it shatters after you take 15 instances of damage within 25 seconds. Is that accurate to your understanding?
Sorry, one more time?
Yes.
My understanding is that this damage and invisibility reveal only applies when the barrier is actually broken after taking damage 15 times and not every time
Yes.
you're hit.
Yes, that's how I'm interpreting it. After 15 instances of damage.
Yeah, I think of this as a pretty minor module, except that it gives you a lot of stats and the base effect is quite good.
Mm-hmm. That defense stat is actually pretty new. Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
you have like
it's
1,200 defense off skill,
quite tanky.
approximately.
I will say it's kind of on par with Lin. Because if you include Crystal Barrier, that's like a flat 200 added to her, more or less.
It's like a different
That's fair.
version, is what I would
The
say.
crystal barrier is like a very significant part of her strength. So I think having an effect that's similar to that, just off of base stats, is quite good.
Yeah, she does lose HP, but she is still very tanky during that whole time. There is going to be a summon at some point. I don't remember exactly which skill shows us that talent,
boy.
but
Maybe we should skip this and come back when
Yeah.
we read the skill.
yep, we'll come back to it.
Yes.
So what do we got? We got so you have ways to break your own barrier to do damage.
Which would make sense, because it's an invis reveal as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So S1, you just keep. Okay, I see. So S1, it's hypothetically infinite duration, but it'll last until your HP drops to 0. Basically, is the
Yeah,
concept.
although I
behind
don't
it.
think it will ever drop
No,
to
it
0.
won't go to
It'll
0.
just get lower.
Yeah, it's like Fia. It'll drop.
It decays quite slowly. Right,
Like-
you lose 0.4% of current HP every second.
You lose 0.5% of current HP every 0.2 seconds.
Oh, I've reversed in my mind. Okay, so closer to like 2% per second.
Mm-hmm.
About. Yeah. Reasonable.
Mm-hmm. So you get what? 50 seconds? Right? I'm doing my math right? Or no, you lose 2 minutes.
I mean, it's hyperbolic, so
Yeah.
it's more complicated than that.
Mm-hmm.
Reasonable amount of time.
Alright, it's current HP, it's not max HP, right? So it'll start quick and then kind of slow down a bit, but you'll get vigor and then you'll do a dot, but not burn, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like Ifrit S2.
Yeah, it'll be a Ifrit S2 as opposed to a burn. Okay.
I will say, it does not say that the art's damage stacks, which is really nice.
Mm-hmm. So, for benefit of the doubt, I'm going to say that this just refreshes the timer and not just, keeps adding on ticks, because that would get quite ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, until otherwise stated, I would assume that it just refreshes the duration because we have thorns as like our precedent now, where it's just like, oh, it stacks now, you know?
All right, all right.
Yeah.
And then, all right, S2. All right, any more thoughts on S1 before we go on to S2? Anyone, any thoughts on like the balance of S1? Or is S1 just kind of like, okay.
S1 is cool. I like S1.
All right.
It's reasonable. It's kind of interesting that it disables the really strong talent one when you use it.
I mean, it does start like recovering the barrier, though, is the thing, right? It's 25 seconds, but still, yeah.
But the barrier is always recovering, right?
Yeah.
Almost all the time. Anyways, I'm happy to move to skill 2.
All right. S2. So we do have some notes of like of how cesium applies to this. I will say again for the theme that the element doesn't have to apply to the entire operator. It only has to apply to one talent or skill. This is cesium. Yep, cesium. So S2 instantly restores your barrier. You get 30 instances. You kind of do this like charge up attack. And then you do necrosis. Oh boy. Oh boy. So then once you finish charging, you go Tech Boom. And that's when you do necrosis with... Okay, if your barrier breaks and it pops early.
To be fair, 30 instances of shield on a ranged operator? I don't think that's popping anytime soon.
Not to mention, as far as I know, it's 25 seconds after... As soon as the first one breaks, it's 25 seconds after where it comes back. So I'm like, you gotta do 30 instances of damage in 25 seconds. And I'm like, that's a bit of a tall ask.
Well, you have to do 30 instances of damage in 10 seconds because
that should just explode afterwards, yeah.
Breaks the
Plus a 550% attack that's a lot of attack.
That is a lot of attack. You have 944.
Because it says gains attack, right? So that's 650% total.
Yeah, you're at 944 base.
And 5% of 650%, that's
a lot of necrosis damage.
Wait, hold on. What's the attack? What's the attack of this operator? 944.
That's a lot of You do attack slower. Hey, Kiwi.
Yeah, I mean, you get 3 attacks off with skill active, right? If it's fully charged. So I'm not actually that worried about the amount of damage and the amount of necrosis damage.
It hits very hard 3 times. Basically, as far as I can tell.
It's like 280 necrosis damage, assuming 0 res.
Yeah, so this skill doesn't even proc necrosis against 0 res normal enemies. I think that's...
Yeah, that's fine.
The attack interval significantly increases saves it, because I was like, but it increasing not saves it. And no, Kiwi, you're good to go.
The Arknights, the writer in me and the English major in me will not dock you for this, but you say attack interval significantly increase and then you do attack speed instead. That's very different in terms of Arknights math.
That is true.
You return to +0 for 10 seconds, so maybe you get a 4th attack in, I'm not sure, but yeah. I also have quibbles about how this is worded, but it doesn't affect the actual...
Yeah, it doesn't affect it too much.
I like our heart rate was like a bit of a roller coaster of, oh god, that's a lot of attack and necrosis. Oh, okay, the attack speed is actually like really friggin' long, so like, or it's a really long attack interval, so okay, never mind, it's more okay now.
Your scaling saved it. The scaling of 5% of arts damage saved it.
There are a few things to save it. We was like, for a second there. Alrighty.
Shall we move to skill 3?
Yep.
Yes.
That's where I snuck in the relationship theme. Yeah, you're gonna see relationship theme get snuck in here and there if it's just a one-word element. Like, that's just the way we're gonna have to do it. Bear break, so she... Okay, so she no longer loses talent. Attack range expands. I'm gonna chalk that up to standard Phalanx, like, expansion range. If it doesn't note otherwise. Your attack interval increases. Was that like a giant Podenko? What is that? Seems like a giant Podenko cloud around around yourself. It seems like. I think it might be the best way to describe it for at least like the active section of it. Ah, so that's where the golden statue comes into place. So, good bit of damage. You take a true damage to yourself. Enemies take a good bit of damage that the skill does. Yeah, debuff at the end. 15 res debuff for 10 seconds, so you can kind of keep things going at the end. Interesting, interesting.
I would say the damage on this is not that amazing, to be honest. It's roughly comparable to like Beeswax skill 1, but you get this strong utility effects.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, there is a lot of utility, especially the silence, because that is an AoE silence in like a Saria S2 range. I'm assuming it's Saria S2 range because that's basically what Phalanx caster. Yeah.
I'm talking about the standard Phalanx expansion. So that's a pretty significant range.
Like, one thing to remember about Phalanx casters is all of the 6-star Phalanx casters have like massive attack bonuses on their skill 3s, and this one does not.
Oh, that's true. 40%
Lynn is
arts.
like plus 200%. This is kind of functionally equivalent to like a plus 46% in terms of the amount of damage you're dealing, because you get slower attacks, but you get the arts damage 6 every second.
Mm-hmm. And then you have a big burst at the end.
Yep.
It does mean they take 40% arts damage every... Actually, never mind. 40% arts damage. I read that, for whatever reason, I read that as arts fragile. I was like, wait, no, that's after. Or that's not even after. That's just 15 res afterwards. So, basically... So it's basically just a big util skill. On the other... If you have to deal with exploding spiders, this will clear out every single exploding spider.
I will say 50 SP cost with talent 2 is not very high.
Yeah, but I think it's... I mean, I don't think this is a skill that needs to have a tremendously high SP cost.
Oh yeah, it does a lot of things, but none of those things are like obscenely overpowered where it's just like, oh, there needs to be a high SP cost.
I'm more worried about big slows if they're very frequent. I'm less worried about big slows if they have, 30 seconds of downtime or whatever. 35 seconds of downtime.
Low key, this is a little bit like a Silac S3, where like it's a lot of things happening. Not any one of them particularly crazy, but there's a lot of utility being thrown in. Is what this feels like.
Well, can we look at the golden statue?
Yeah. So it looks like, for all intents and purposes, the golden statue will block one thing and has taunt, and then they'll take 1,000 damage as arts damage every time they attack the summon.
1,000? Oh, 1,000.
1,000. No, not 1,000% of 1,000, thankfully. It's just 1,000 arts damage, which...
It's a decent amount.
Yeah, it's a decent amount. Hold on, that's after... I'm just gonna check. That's after the skill, right?
I'm assuming
never mind. No, that's during... Wait. When skill is deactivated, takes out...
That is in the one skill deactivated section.
So it looks like it is summoned after the skill is deactivated. So they do. Okay, so there's more poison gas. It'll do less damage because actually, it does like similar-ish amounts of damage, and then slows enemies. And okay, so it's another slow. It's like if they hit the gas. Or if they hit the golden bell, it actually releases the gas. Okay.
My one thing is that, can this statue be healed by passive healing?
I don't see why not.
To be
Very
fair,
few
it's
things
also not
cannot
super
be healed by
tanky, so
passive
it's fine.
Not. It's 300 defense and 10 res, 2k HP. Like, this thing will evaporate like 3 hits from
It
a
also doesn't
bigger enemy.
do anything unless it's taking damage. So
Mhm.
it's not like
It
you get a
does
huge
have
benefit
taunt
by
up.
setting a bunch of them up.
It does. But, again, given how much damage enemies do nowadays, for the most part, like, I think it doesn't last as long as you think it does. Because again, 300 defense and 10 res is like 300 defense is very low.
Considering the passive healing that we have, I would agree that this is fine.
Yeah, like it's not gonna survive that long. So it's like, okay, I think it's acceptable.
Yeah, like for comparison, Beeswax Pillar has 5,000 HP and 560 defense. It is very squishy. This is like reserve operator melee level health.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
All
We're
right.
ready to move to the next section?
Yeah, let's move on to lore. Again, we're not gonna read the lore vocally. We're just gonna read through on our own because that's a lot of lore, and we're gonna try to save our voices. We gotta go through 2 days, so
Reading lore is overrated because Ian doesn't read. Haha, overused meme. Haha, laugh please.
someone bonk poop for me, thank you.
I'm already bonking myself, don't worry.
All right, that works too. Yeah, this is what I get for expanding a 700 word limit. Hold on. I will provide a very quick thing. There were notes. There were some very short notes. If you guys need help with some of the words, I'm just gonna drop that in.
Why do I get Shakespeare vibes from this?
To be or not to be, that is the question. Let me know when you guys are ready to go to page 2.
I am ready.
I am ready also.
Right. Alrighty.
Oh, there's a page 2? There's
What?
a page 2, let's go.
The lore? Yeah, there's a page 2 to the lore. Of course I gotta have a page 2 to the lore. It's 700 words. Of course I gotta have a page 2. What do you mean I'm not gonna have a page 2? I'm fitting out on one friggin' slide. What do you take me for? Alright, chat. Today, in order to read lore summary, now everyone bring out your microscopes that I know you all have at home. No, voice lines is page 3. No, there's not a page 3. Basically, if there's a page 3, there's 9 out of 10 times you've probably got over the word limit.
Why am I reading this in such a dramatic voice in my head? This isn't good.
I'm just imagining Boop holding up like the skull of like Hamlet. Or not of Hamlet, but like the skull from Hamlet.
Listen, Hamlet was not metal as fuck. Unless he drinks from the skull, I have no respect for him.
Jesus. Alright, let me know when you're ready to go to voice lines.
I am ready.
Alright,
I am ready as well.
cool. Okay, Bull, if you're here, if you have any particular suggestions, if you got any. Otherwise, we're just gonna throw each other on the bus and see what happens. Not really? Alright, we're gonna throw each other on the bus and see what happens. Alright, who are we throwing under the bus for this one?
You.
Damn. Hoping that wouldn't happen. I'm like, shit, how do I pronounce? I'm reading this, I'm like, crap, how do I pronounce that? Pronounce hair? Hair? Like, shit, how do I pronounce that? I actually don't know how to pronounce that section. I'm gonna say hair, and I'm gonna hope that that's correct.
I don't think there is a canonical pronunciation of it. It's like a
I'm just,
relatively new word in the German language.
I'm gonna say share and hope I'm correct. Hello, Share Doctor. I'm honored to receive a status of resident aboard the landship. As Cassius Bellis, how might I be of service? Lythanian is a realm of bittersweet memories. The proud forces of Dame de Crystals now live as Mialatin. One cannot help but wonder what fate has befallen them. I thought about doing a German accent. I'm like, I should probably not offend any possible Germans here with that poor attempt. My powers? My displays in battle are mere imitation compared to the Dame de Cristal. She could create soldiers of silver wielding golden armaments. Mine fall apart and become the blue gas you know of on the battlefield. Practical, admittedly, but with none of the elegance and style her arts are known for. If only she had remained long enough to teach me herself. Nobility? Yes, I believe my manner of speaking would lead to such conjecture. That title is a thing of the past. What authority I once held as part of the forces of Dame de Cristal is long gone, eaten away by the wolves that masquerade as young lamb. Dear Doctor, during my time with Rose Island, I have seen and experienced more in my life than I have in all my past. However, I still long for that past, trapped within the borders of Lythanian. Trapped in that crystal cage, because only there my memories of my dear mother endure. I thought about trying to go German there. I was like, it's probably not a good idea. I know Arknights does have some, German accents around out there. Ernie has, he just straight up speaks German, right? Alright, we ready to go on to points? Anything we want to revisit before we hit points?
Yeah, can we go back to that one-star robot? That was a really nice conversation.
I swear to God, I'm gonna bonk you over the head. Are we ready to go to points?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright, who wants to lead us off?
I can go first again if we'd like.
Yeah, sure thing.
Alright, let's talk about cohesion and integration. I think that the kit is very cohesive with the lore and overall theme.
Mm-hmm.
I think this all makes sense as stuff appropriate to cesium. It's a super reactive metal. We have the burning. We have the entire general concept of the sort of being contained and then breaking out. And I actually think that is portrayed really well in both the mechanics and the lore. I think that's a really good integration that I like quite a lot. So I'm going to give that a 2.5 on cohesion and integration.
2.5, it's a very high score.
Next, let's talk about the lore. I think the lore is... I have mixed feelings about the lore. On the plus side, I appreciate all the writing we did. I appreciate the sort of novel creation of this Dame de Cristos. I'm sorry, I'm not going to pronounce that correctly. And in general, I think it's well written. In terms of writing skill pleasantness as a piece to read, technical writing skill. That's my big sort of quibble is we know a lot about Lithuania. The Gildengatsats, which, again, sorry about the pronunciation, gives us a lot of information about the people who live in Lithuania and sort of the powerful members of society in Lithuania. And it's not clear to me that the lore as you have portrayed it in this story fits with the knowledge that we have about Lithuania. And to be clear, totally down with you developing your own story. I'm really glad that you made sort of your own thing without a super strong integration into existing operators or it isn't just a completely natural outcropping of current lore. I appreciate you making your own story, but to me, it feels like this is a character that we would have some knowledge about in the past, just because of how important their family is, basically.
Mhm.
So I'm going to give for lore a 1.7.
1.7 for lore.
Right. Next, let's talk about the kit. I have some quibbles with the kit. I think conceptually it's quite good. I like the idea here. In my mind, the talent 1 and the fact that a bunch of the skills give extra taunt suggest to me that the sort of intended way to use this unit, so to speak, is you deploy them, they get to tank a bunch of hits early on, you deploy someone else to tank hits later, and then you get to activate their skills. And their skills give them a period of time where they're able to tank, and then a period of time where they're very much not able to tank, combined with doing a bunch of damage. I think that is a solid concept overall. But I think there are some things that work against it. For one, I think Talent 1 is like cool and interesting, and it's sort of a shame that all of the skills turn off Talent 1, basically. Like you break the barrier when you hit every skill except for skill 2, which breaks the barrier after a delay. Secondly, I don't think that the Phalanx X module makes sense for this kit. You really do not want to be hit while you have your skills active for the most part, or if you are getting hit, it's because you have the barrier up, largely speaking. You aren't really a tank when you're using skills. You turn off your defensive skill. So I think it would make more sense to have a module that is more offensive as opposed to Phalanx X, and as opposed to the module having HP and defense as defensive stats. My final thing is just, I think some of the skills are a little bit more complicated than they need to be. Skill 1 is fine. Skill 3, I have no objections with the skill itself, but I think the summon is has a little bit more complexity than it needs to have, for the fact that the gas that it releases is, slightly different than the gas that's released. It doesn't do the bind, it does less damage, that sort of thing. And I think skill 2, the amount of text you have about what happens if the charge is interrupted is sort of unnecessary based on the likelihood that the charge is going to be interrupted. This is also a more minor thing, but I think it's a shame that this operator can't proc Necrosis in one skill activation. I think it's a hard sell to make a skill that does Necrosis and not even make it able to proc Necrosis against normal enemies with 0 res, and have it be reduced, against bosses and against enemies with higher res.
As an example, even Fonar or Zero can proc Necrosis in the 40 seconds they're on the field.
Yeah, so really cool concept overall, but I have some things I don't like about some of the skills. I'm going to give it 1.8 on that. Then balance. I think the balance is largely pretty good. The skills are pretty weak. They do not do a lot of damage, and the primary thing that they do is damage, except for skill 3. You can compare, again, I compared skill 3 to Beeswax, because Beeswax gets a 60% attack up. Skill 3's damage is comparable to a 46% attack up based on the amount of damage it does, although it's more buffable. That's nice. Skill 1 is a 40% attack up and a 40% attack speed up. It's about 100% extra damage plus the burn. Decent enough, nothing super special. And you're turning off your defensive talent, and you need to be healed or you don't get your vigor and you go back down to doing, more normal amounts of damage. Sure. And I think this operator is potentially really strong when you are not using them for their skills and just using them to tank things with their talent. I think that's kind of disappointing. The skills are really cool. I would love to encourage people to use the skills I'd like this operator to be good when you decide when you can use their skills safely and when you need them to be able to tank stuff. And I think with the balance as it currently is, the usage is a lot more of just using the first talent. That said, overall, like, I don't think it's too strong. I don't think it's like wildly too weak. I think they're just internal parts that are out of whack with each other. I'll give it a 2.
Okay, that comes out to an 8 overall for Skami. Skami is rather generous today with the point giving. We've had a good start so far.
Good design so far.
Mm-hmm. All right, Boop, you want to go next, or you want me to go next?
I can go.
Go for it.
So I'm gonna start with lore. I do like the lore. I do like the style it has to it, and I'm a little bit biased because I am an English major and I do try to write a lot. But I do like the way it was written. I do like all of the implications, and it fits really well in its own narrative. Now, does it fit into the Arknights universe? I would agree, but it's sort of introduced as like a newer place, right? Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, and I think the lack of reference to other places that are in the AK universe doesn't really help it too much. Maybe if there was like one mention, unless there was and I just missed it, but if there was at least like one mention to like, just a reference to some other place that we already know of, I think it would have helped it much better to make it a little bit more real, right? So I'll give lore 1.6.
Okay.
For the technical side of things, for the kit, I do like the kit. I really do like the kit. It is interesting. You had me in the first half, in terms of 15 instances of shield, right? But I do like the way the skills sort of circumvent circumvent it in the sense that it's not the only thing about the operator, right? Of course, there are like kinks here and there, but I do like it. I'll give the kit a 2. For the balance, I do think the balance is a little bit whack. Not being able to proc necrosis by themselves is a little bit on the weaker side, of course, for skill 2, and I do agree that skill 3 as well is also slightly on the weaker side, but of course it does provide a lot of utility, but maybe just like a little bit more fine-tuning could work. I do think one qualm that I do have is that I forget which skill was it, but basically it just removes the downside of one of the talents, and I don't like that. I don't like it when an operator's kit is just like, okay, you remember that one downside that we have in the talent? Yeah, that's no longer there. I just don't think that's great design. I mean, right? Because if you're going to give an operator a downside and then remove that downside in the skill, it's just like, what's the point then? You know? Oh, at least that's the way I see it. I think I like, out of all 3 skills, I like skill 1 the most. I'll give the balance a 1.4 because I do think it just needs a little bit more work to really shine. For cohesion and integration, I'll give it a 2.3. I do really like that it has a lot of utility in the sense that because it just brings so much utility, it's always going to be a useful operator in a sense, right? And it does work well together with itself in a way while also sort of clashing, but at the same time, if we're talking about cohesion with other operators, I think it works really well because there are, of course, those operators that don't shine on their own, and I think this operator is one of them where they shine in a group rather than by themselves.
Cool, that's 7.3 from Boo. Alright, my judging is going to be a little bit, probably going to speed mine up a little bit so we can try to stay on time a bit, but so we're going to kick things off with lore. I think I did a great job with writing the lore and giving her like, personality, good backstory and everything. I think I would have just liked to see more relation to Arknights. Like, like the lore have more relation to Arknights? Like, because I'm looking at the lore, right? And it's like there's some mentions of arts, and there's mentions of it being the land's rabbi form. So it's like, oh, like Arknights will be like, oh yeah, that's Lithanian, right? But my big thing with the lore right now is that if you showed this to me and didn't say anything of what this was, right? If you didn't mention that this was Arknights, like, there's not that much to me that really indicates AK, if that makes sense. That's kind of been like my hang up on the lore section. I think you actually did a good job writing it. I just think that there's a lot better ways you could have incorporated it into the AK universe, right? But that being said, that's really the only quibble I kind of had with it. I think otherwise you did a pretty good job writing it. So I'm gonna give it like a 1.7. As for the technical kit, I think you actually did a pretty good job with the kit. I mean, yes, the talent scared me a bit. The whole 15 is down. I was like, oh, I got a little spooky, but overall, the way you're going about it, it's like, you know, you're trying to mix in dots. Like, I see what you're trying to go for. Like, you're trying to go for this, like, okay, you know, like you're trying to lead more on the takey end, and then instead of having them do a bunch of damage, you're trying to lead a bit more on that util end. I can see what you're trying to go for. I think you actually did a pretty good job of making it pretty interesting, so I'll also double up with this like with another 1.7. As for the cohesion, I think you're doing pretty. I think the cohesion also pretty good in what you're trying to do in playing around that talent 1, right? You got everything working around together in, you know, trying to get stuff done. And I think you did a pretty good job in integrating with the theme. I think the only thing with the integration, I will agree with Boop in that I don't like that for S3 you just negate a drawback of talent 1. I'm just not a particular fan of that. Given that like the nature of the drawback isn't that crazy, right? It's 0.5% of current. So like it's a drawback, but it's not crazy if that makes sense. So like I just didn't really see like why there was a reason to put that in. I guess it might go a little bit into balance, but otherwise the whole, like, I think it's a pretty focused kit in what you were trying to go for, right? You can look at this and be like, okay, yeah, this isn't a big damage operator, this isn't a bit, like, this is more defense and utility, and you can see that in the various operators with, you know, the various different effects. You have a dot, you have, you know, a dot on S1, you have a necrosis on S2, you have you know, you have a slow, you have a silence, you have, you know, you have a lot of util, basically. And I can see what you're trying to go for that. So I'll give you a 2 for cohesion integration. And then as for the balance, I think the balance is fine. I don't know if the balance particularly like wows me, like, oh wow, like this is a really good way to put an operator that's like, you know, strong and interesting while at the same time, you know, not overshadowing completely other operators. It's like, I think it's interesting. I don't think it particularly wows me, but I think you did a good job with it. So that to me, I think is going to be like a 1.8. So I think that puts me at a 7.2, which oh crap, I hit enter. All right. So what does that put us at? It's at 22.5. Puts us at 22.5. Okay. Okay, let me. So B. Okay. Means we're gonna have to do a little bit of adjust-a-ronies. There we go. Okay. Alright, let me clear out some scores and we're gonna go on to our next one. Kiwi, hopefully you're ready and up. I see that my give you guys a bit of a hint on the op name. See my home state has become an operator now. Yes, the operator's name is in fact California. Okay, but does California like the party?
Nice. I forgot I was muted for a second. Because I don't want my heavy breathing to interrupt you.
We got California.
I'm gonna give a wild guess as to what the elements might be? I'd say
for it.
California.
You would be correct.
Pulse supporter. Oh, new archetype. Let's go.
Yep, new archetype. There's so many. There's so many references that I want to make. There's so many.
Sat up.
Bruce like, let's go. There's so many references that I want to make, like West Coast rap, but I'm not going to. So yeah, new Archosaurus. Archosaurus born in Victoria.
If the word pulsation is not used in any of the skills or talents, I will be severely disappointed.
Archosaurus born in Victoria. Okay, this will be interesting. Alright, stats. I mean, we don't really got too much to go off of for stats outside of, I mean, that's a decently cheap TP cost. But otherwise, like, I don't think anything particularly jumps out as like, oh, what the hell is that? I want to say.
I was about to say that 25 res is pretty high, but then I saw the HP and decided to not comment on it.
It is high. It is actually decently high res. You were saying,
So
Scott?
wild seeing like new Hexer supporters. 'Cause Hexer supporters also have 25 res. Lucilia gets 8 res from potentials, so she has like 33 res.
Yeah, I think all hexers get, or not all, but most hexers get 8 res from pots.
Oh, also, I'm just going to
Yeah,
drop the
makes sense.
no CN spoilers just as always. I was like, oh shit, I forgot to pin that at the start. There.
So this is in line for supporters for sure.
Alright, so we got custom archetypes. So, okay, so they don't attack, but they send out a 3-tile circle radius that expands from the unit. Okay. And the pulse is generated every second. Slowly expand. So like, okay, we're gonna have to use a little bit of a, would prefer a little bit, but of like a rough estimate of like half a tile every how long, but
As far as I'm concerned, that's more flavor text and it just works like a bard.
okay. Relation to theme is Californium, so it's a neutron emitter, useful and used in detecting instruments, very radioactive and expensive. But the operator is very cheap. No. Alright. Alright, ready to move on?
Yes.
Yeah, also California is Victoria. I'm like, I didn't realize my home state was colonized by the Brits. Last I checked, we were colonized by the Spanish. And then we were part of Mexico for a time.
According to some Brits, America is still a colony of Great
Britannia.
Britain, so
Something, rule Britannia. Anywho. So any enemies hit by that pulse receive. Okay. So, like, a borderline constant fragile effect.
Yeah, I don't know how long the duration is. I suppose it doesn't matter that much.
The pulse expand. Yeah, that's my problem with like the way of this. The pulse is generated every second. So that can be pretty that can be a borderline constant fragile. So it's like a little
in defense of this, Suzerain's Fragile is essentially almost similar to this. It's just whenever someone's slowed.
Yeah, but this, as far as I can tell, the pulse just kind of goes. There's no limit.
I will say a 3-tile radius is way too big for it, though.
Like that's
If it was like a 2-tile radius or 1.5, I'd be okay with it.
it's a pretty big. It's a pretty big box. You can say Lucilla exists, but Lucilla affects the enemies that aren't elites or leaders.
Lucilla also sucks.
Oh, damn.
Hey, she's not that bad.
She's not that bad. Because being able to clear out chaff quicker is not bad.
She has the biggest fragile in the game.
Also, enemies who deal arts damage just are marked and they will die a lot faster. It's like 36% fragile on them, and that's just constant. And I'm like, that's a little. It's like, that's a little. It's a little. But yeah, the fragile doesn't specify. So as far as I'm concerned, they're just perma fragile if they're hit with the pulse, because that's just the way we have it.
I will give the benefit of the doubt and say it's similar to Bard's, and I'll say like 1.3, 1 second, give or take.
Scotty, thoughts on it?
Though the correct decision would be to be like, yeah, this is. I'm definitely gonna like knock points off for it because you're not clarifying your talent description.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this.
I think it should be specified. My assumption is, I mean, I guess this is unambiguous if it lasts forever, but I don't think that's the case. My assumption is it'll just fall off as soon as the enemy leaves the range, basically. So yeah, like 1 second, sure.
That's what I'm thinking, but I will still dock points though, I think, because the way it is worded implies that you're just kind of stuck with it. But you know, that's why we have 3 judges and we all, you know, make our own point evaluations. Alright, so skills. What do we got for our skills? Looks like pretty cheap SP cost as a whole. Bigger pulse, bigger fragile. 2.5 times fragile. So like 30.
That is a lot of fragile.
That is a lot of fragile.
5 tiles. Oh my god.
You covering like half the map with that pulse, or?
I mean, that's Wissadella's 3 radius, from what I understand. It's just like, why? No,
If you're on a
not
small,
like this.
If you're on a small map, you're basically covering the whole last map. It's like, it is 15 seconds, so it's not super long.
Yeah, but like
That's a big. It's a circle
40.
though.
But 40% fragile for 15 seconds. That's all you need sometimes.
That's true.
You know?
Also, not to mention, this is on a 20 SP cost. This is Silac S3 on steroids in terms of just fragile alone.
In fairness, all of the really big fragile applications come with other debuffs, like slows or freezes or that sort of thing.
Yeah, but this one being on a 20 SP cost is kind of yikes.
Plus, the radius on this is just 25 tiles.
Radius is 5 tiles.
Radius is 5 tiles. 25 tiles area is what I mean.
Yeah, 25 tiles area. I was like, hold on, let's not fail our geometry here. So it's like it's a little yabe because you're hitting, what is it, 2.5? So you're hitting, what is that? Well, max, you're hitting like 40-something% fragile if I'm doing my math right.
It is 45 with pot. Without pot, it's like 37.
We're taking it with pot because, you know, we're always assuming that.
Oh, it's 90% for arts damage. Oh my god, Jesus.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ.
Yes, one is a little scary to me, given what it does. All right, anyhow, S2.
Hey, they brought Surtur back into the game, guys. Surtur's finally good again.
Alright, S2. What do we got for S2? Again, pretty short SP cost, decently long duration. Also, I'm glad to see that we've avoided the no attack range offensive recovery. I'm glad to see we avoided that. Thankfully.
Nice.
So I would have started laughing again. I'm sorry, but I would have started laughing. Okay, so it's a shorter pulse, so it goes off faster. There's a slow now, and if they get hit 3 times, they take arts damage. And it does like a bit of a... Okay, so it's like an arts explosion. Okay, I'm gonna be 100% honest here. I'm gonna be honest. You could have literally just skill 1. Like, skill 2 functionally doesn't exist. Like, why would I ever use skill 2 over skill 1?
Because skill 2
Does a lot of damage.
nullifies Suzerain. Why would you ever take Suzerain when you can take skill 2?
Well, what's the attack range of this unit? I mean,
The pulse is a
Basically
radius
farm
of
range,
3
right?
tiles.
Yeah.
So
the pulse is a 3-tile radius. Okay.
And the pulse is generated every second, so from the way it sounds like, it expands, so it has like a slow, it's like a kind of thing. Sound effects not included. So it's like you're gonna get, well, if you're getting, so you're getting 50 pulses off, I guess? Well, you are getting 50, that actually can be a good bit of damage.
it's also a perma slow.
That is a
Yeah,
perma
it
slow.
also does the same thing that Reed Alter does, where you deal increased damage per target if you have a bunch of targets stacked up on top of each other.
Well, that's true, because they all splash onto each other if they get hit 3 times. Also, they're also all fragiled by virtue of
Yeah.
being in range.
Not that the base damage is like that good. It's like what, 500-ish attack.
Yeah,
So
581 attack.
every 1.5 seconds you do 1,500 damage and you splash 500 damage. But...
It can stack up pretty quickly, but I'm gonna be honest though, 40 like even with that in mind, like to me, I'm just like 45% fragile is really hard to turn down. And given how many bosses do arts damage, like because like what? Okay, actually, the real question here is because you know some bosses they do like physical damage when they punch, but they do arts damage when they're not blocked, right? You know some bosses do that.
Yeah, my assumption, there's a tag that enemies have that indicates what type of damage they do.
Okay,
some units have both physical and arts tags.
So, like, if they have a physical and an arts tag, does it just go, okay, well, you do arts, therefore you now take 90% fragile from that S1? Like...
That would be my assumption, yes.
Yeah, I can see how that might be a problem with some enemies.
Wait, what's the wording on talent 1 again?
Hit by pulse receive 15 up to, or 18% as fragile, and if they do arts damage, they receive double the effect, and they're more likely to be targeted.
Okay. I thought it was based off of the operator dealing arts damage. Okay, I was misinterpreting that. It's still broken as fuck though.
It's pretty abe. Especially when you tag in that S1. That's kind of yikes, given the range.
And to be clear, this isn't any enemy that is capable of doing arts damage. It's any enemy that can do arts damage as their like auto attack. Like Demazi does arts damage with their Fate Transition skill, but their auto attack is only physical damage, so they are not counted as doing arts damage.
I think Manfred does arts, right?
And Manfred does both.
And then who else? I think Sanguinarch does arts.
Yeah, Sanguinarch does arts.
Again, it's the S1 and the talent that scare me the most. Like S2, I'm like, okay, yeah, S2's actually okay. Like, it'll stack up, but it'll take a while to stack up. And like, it's not super bursty. Like, you still have to deal with the consequences. All right. We ready to move on?
Yep.
Yes.
All right, lore. So California is now in Victoria. As a resident Californian, I think I'm like, huh.
Yeah, I think of Colombia as being more the California or more the America analog.
Yeah. Like I mean it is Arknights, so it's like I don't know, maybe the Brits got the Arknights, maybe the Brits got the California first, the AK universe. Okay, from the pure biology standpoint, Archosauri are the gators, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like, boy, that's an interesting way to get that done.
I will say, I don't like the vagueness of whether California is like a separate state or if it's part of Victoria.
So like, Victoria is like very, very British inspired.
Because from the wording, it feels like California is supposedly a separate nation. According to this summary, at least.
Well, it's a ducky, so it's like...
I mean, they're from a minor duchy of California.
Yeah.
Not the minor duchy... Wait.
It's basically duchy is like the area that a duke...
From a minor duchy of California.
Oh, wait, yeah, wait.
Which implies that the minor duchy is from California, not from Victoria.
I'm gonna chalk that up just to possibly an ESL, like English as second language thing, given the way that it's worded.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, we're good to go to page 2, right?
Yeah.
All right, you ready to go on to voice lines?
Yep.
I like how he's crazy enough to stab himself. That's a way to get infected.
He said, "Bet we'll see." All right, Boop, I'm throwing you under the bus for this one.
Alright, I got this. I can't do a British accent though, so. Duke Winterham, California III, the current Duke of California. I'll expect no less than a perfection of brilliance from you, Doctor. Pardon me, Doctor, but your arts curriculum for the children here is rather lacking. May I suggest some improvements that will elevate their understanding of arts? Do not compare me to those brutes from Sargon. I've come a long way to grasp my own life, despite the disdain and ridicule that comes with my appearance. To be compared with such simple-minded brutes is an offense of the greatest degree, Doctor. Arts is a blessing, and comes with it great responsibilities. Your use of arts disgusts me. I would spit, but I don't want to mess up my table.
Mic.
Thank you.
You're gonna spit on your mic. All right, ready to hit points?
Yes.
All right. All right. Does anyone want to lead off first?
In an alternate universe, I would have been a voice actor. Okay, I can lead off.
Yeah, go for it.
I like the lore. I will chalk up ESL second language, or ESL for the minor well, what do you call it?
Minor grammatical thing.
Yeah, the grammatical errors, right? That's just like a me issue because I'm trained to see these. So that's just a me issue. But for the lore and character focus, I really like it. I think it does fit. I like the hoops you had to jump through to make your OC Arcosauria. Very nice. I do think it does make sense because I do feel like Arknights is wide enough where it like it has enough variety where it's just like, oh yeah, I can believe that. Considering that Tamimi has access to a bazooka that can take down a helicopter.
07 helicopter.
Yeah. Not only that, we whatchamacallit, Alive Until Sunset literally like took a tour in that random area of Sargon during that one event, so there's that too. So I feel like it's very on par that these hoops are there, right? Like it's very believable. So I'll give Laura 2.
Okay.
For the kit, I do like the kit. It is interesting. I do like the addition that it is a new archetype. And plus it's not similar to something we have before in the sense of it works very differently. I made the comparison to Bard earlier, but it works very differently than Bards, and that I like that a lot. I'm very happy to see that I was more or less proven wrong. Right, so I'll give Kit a 1.8. For the balance, I do think the operator is overtuned, so I'll give it a 1.1. But I do feel like that there is something there. You just gotta fiddle with the numbers a little bit and clarify a few things. For the cohesion and integration, the one thing that I do have a gripe with is that there's no connection between what do you call it? Oh wait, that's part of the flavor section, my bad. For the cohesion and integration, I do feel as if it does work together. It's basically made to work together well, and I do feel as if it doesn't really fit into Arknights in the sense of the radius part of it being a pulse supporter, because if you take a look at anything in Arknights as an operator, the only thing that has quote unquote radiuses are attacks like splash casters or artillerymen, right? You don't have someone's range being a radius, right? Like even if you go to something like I think a very easy example of this is Saria S2 in her base art, in like her base skin. Because if you do look at that, it looks like a circle. But if you go to any of her outfits, it shows like the outlines of the tiles that it covers, right? And that applies for other outfits as well, like Carnelian's outfits, right? Because you can see the outlines of the tiles, right? So I feel as if it would clash with that clarity, considering that this is purely radius based rather than tile based. So I'll give it a 1.5. I do feel like it would work. It just the visual clarity is just not there.
Alrighty, so it's a 6.4 from Boo. Alright, I'll do the next one. I'm gonna start with lore. I think in terms of motives and like, you know, the personality of the character of the character, I think you did a good job. My big gripe right now is my big gripe right now is legit for the lore, is legit just like, oh yeah, it's a Duke of Cal. I'm like, it just doesn't fit Victorian naming convention. It just doesn't. It's like Victoria is like aggressively British naming convention with some Gaulish because, you know, they conquer some Gaulish territory. But it's like aggressively British naming conventions. Like County Hillock, you have, you know, Londinium, which is more Roman inspired, but Londinium, right? They have a County York. They have, you know, they have County Cashire. Like, it's very, very British. And like, I'm just like, it just does not fit in that particular aspect. And I'm just like, it's kind of a minor gripe for me, but it's kind of like a grumble. So for flavor, so for lore, I think I'll give it like a 1.5. Like it's like just that part for me just felt a little bit forced, of just like California. It's like you don't have to force it that hard. You can still use California without trying to force that part in. As for the kit, I think the kit is actually really fresh and interesting with like what you're trying to go for, right? Like, oh, like this whole pulse thing, and then you didn't pigeonhole yourself into like, oh, this archetype has to do fragile. It's like, no, it's just the talent that this particular one does. So maybe other ones can do different things with what their quote unquote pulse does. So I'm like, I'm like, good doing that. Good leaving yourself the room. Good leaving yourself the room for that archetype to like expand a bit, right? And not just going, all right, it's all fragile. So good on you for that. You left a lot of breathing room for this archetype. As for the character itself, like, I think the kit itself is interesting. Like, okay, you know, this pulse, it does like, you know, you're trying to hit him with the pulse, trying to do some fragile. Like, I like what you're trying to do with it. So I'll give you like a 1.7 for overall kit. For cohesion, I think you did a pretty good job in making it cohesive because you're working around that pulse, right? So I think you did a pretty good job. You actually did a pretty good job in making it cohesive. I don't really have as many gripes with the circle thing. Like, you can make circular things happen. Like, functionally, the only time the circle really comes into play is when it hits enemies. And personal thing would just be like, it'd just be easier just to use the squares instead of like doing these weird circle things. Because circles, I think we've kind of started trending away from just flat circles in AK. At least in general. Like, there's a lot less things with circles, more just squares, just for consistency purposes. But it doesn't not fit Arknights, if that makes sense. Like, it still fits Arknights, so I'm disagreeing with Boop on that. Like, I do think it fits AK. So I actually think you did a good job with cohesion. Like, I'm gonna give it like a 2 for cohesion. I think you actually did a good job with like making it work around what you're trying to make it work around. Balance, what the hell?
Oh, I do agree it fits. My issue is again with just the visual clarity of it.
Mhm.
Because and I'm talking from a more practical side of things rather of a does this fit in Arknights thematically? It
Yeah.
fits in Arknights thematically. I'm just talking from a more practical side of things.
Consistency, like, I mean, would it be nice to have that? Yeah, but for me, it's like, I don't know. It doesn't really affect points for me, I guess. It's like, it's more of just a personal, I would like to see it more like that. But, for balance wise, okay, we're going a little bit too overtuned on the fragile end here with the possibilities of 90% fragile. It's a little bit yikes. The numbers are very yikes. Not to mention that the wording on the fragile, I did mention that it will come back to bite you, even though I'm pretty sure that's not the way you intended it to, but for clarity's sake, like, because of the way it is written and because that is how we normally try to judge it, right? Like, if it's pretty clear in how it's worded, I am still gonna have to be fair in that regard. And, for that particular case, I'm like, it just sounds like it stays on them, even though I know the intention is probably to get it out of range, but because of the way it's written, like, that's what I'm gonna have to go with. So between that and the amount of just in really big area fragile that you have going on, I'm gonna say that I'm gonna give the balance like a 1. Like, definitely some number tuning. Conceptually good, number tuning, yabe. So it's gonna be a 6.2 for me. All right, Scotty, go.
Right. I'm gonna start with lore.
Uh-huh.
I am not a big fan of the lore. People have talked about, California being in Victoria versus Colombia. I don't actually care about that much. I'm fine with the Duchy of California in Fantasy Britain. But I just think the story you have is not super unique. I think the, obsessed with Originium arts and, willing to sacrifice anything with power as the main character trait is sort of an archetype that is kind of common in media generally and is not super elaborated on in this instance. And, the Duchy of being California doesn't really do anything for me in particular. I do like you hooking in Castor and, the whole Victoria storyline, but all in all, it's fine. It's nothing particularly special. I'll give it a 1.5 on lore. Next, we'll talk cohesion and integration. I do not think that this kit is very well integrated. For one, the connection is to Californium, right? It's used in detecting instruments. And that's really the only connection there is. Californium is used in detecting instruments. His operator is based on a location called California that is not the same as the real California that Californium is named after, and is not particularly related to the element of Californium. Like, it's a very weak connection that you have. And as for sort of cohesion within the kit, I guess I'll talk about the OC archetype here, since that's what I did during the OC archetype contest. I think it's a little bit strange that the attack stat does not have any built-in use for this archetype. And I think it's strange that you have the radial attack instead of having a standard range, even if the standard range is similar to a radial attack. And a couple of other things like, the slowly expanding pulses don't do a whole lot for this kit. Like, functionally speaking, you basically only care whether things are in your range or not, because the frequency of the pulses is so high. So yeah, overall, not the biggest fan of that part. I'm going to give it a 1.2. Next, let's talk about the kit. I think the kit design is okay. It is sort of a simple implementation of this archetype, but that's totally fine. It's totally fine to have the first operator in an archetype just do sort of the central thing that the archetype does. You know, it gets fragile, skill 1, more fragile, more range. Cool. Skill 2, you do personal damage, you slow. Slowing is very much in the supportive wheelhouse. The damage radiating out is cool. Yeah, no real dissatisfaction with that. It's just not anything super special. I'll leave it a 2.1. Finally, balance. I think this operator is quite strong. It is... I think this is largely more down to the range than it is the numbers being exceptionally high, although the first skill's range and duration is quite high for the strength of the effect that it's providing. 3-tile radius is really large range, and it makes having an additional range boost on top of that less interesting, and it makes positioning less interesting if you have a range that's that high, in addition to being quite good. Skill 2 is a big slow in a big radius, or a permanent slow in a big radius, and it does actually quite a decent amount of damage if there are lots of enemies stacked up. Like, in fairness, you need a lot of enemies to be stacked up for it to be comparable to like real damage units, but you are also applying a bunch of fragile to them, and you are also slowing them for the whole duration, and the range is very good. That all being said, like, this is an operator where basically the only thing they do is apply fragile and nothing else, and that's kind of rare. There aren't really any operators that are like that in the game currently, where they don't even do any damage or any healing or anything. They just sit in the back and buff allies. To some extent, like if you're using Warframe just for buffing, or if you're using Chimera just for the doll, it's kind of like that. I think this is stronger than those cases, and I think it's too strong, but not exceptionally much so. If the numbers were just a little bit lower and the range was lower, I think it would be okay. So I'll give it a 1.6 for balance.
I think I missed the score in there. I got a 1.5, a 1.2, a 1.6, and what was the last one?
It was a 2.1.
2.1. Thank you. So it's a 6.4 from Skami. I do like how we're coming to like similar scores, but through completely different means. I like, so we're just like convergent evolution of like, you know how everything turns to crab? That's just us now.
Yes.
Alright, that one then, that is not Beacon 3, that is...
Excuse me, it's Beacon 6, not
Beacons.
Beacon 3.
I had 3 in my mind, oops, my bad. Just had 3 on the mind because I was moving someone down into 3 and I was like, wait a minute. Like,
Mods, cancel this man.
I am the Senate.
It's okay, I'll just tell Twitter instead.
Are you sure you want to? I'm not gonna get into that.
It's okay, Twitter doesn't exist anymore, Lewis.
Anyhow, next person up, Flamey. Hope you're ready. I'm making a couple of slight adjustments here because hopefully you're ready, Flamey. The operator's name is Cathode. So any guesses on? Any guesses for what the possible relation to the theme could be here? Any guesses?
Maybe.
Something periodic table.
God damn it, Boop.
I mean, a noble gas,
Mm-hmm.
probably. Probably neon.
Alright. Probably that is a possibility. Alright. I see.
Hey,
Five-star
yo,
marksman
you have a
sniper.
marksman?
Alright. Target. That is a very short sarcasm.
We have a lot of short people in Arknights. It tracks.
Short queen. Glacier theme, it is in fact neon. So it looks like it's... so like at the tube, yep. Okay. Okay, Marksman Sniper is the interesting one. It's like, okay, I kind of want to see what we do with Marksman Sniper, because nowadays Marksman Snipers have kind of been... They've been in a bit of a wonky spot as of late in AK, just because of the nature of...
Defenses.
To answer your questions, some did, some didn't. Like, it wasn't a requirement to full-on explain it.
I mean, for the operator based on cesium, the explanation was just cesium.
Mm-hmm. So, like...
So you don't need anything more than that.
Like, it wasn't 100% necessary, like, because we can always look, be like, okay, what does this have to do with it, right? But, having it there probably will help clear up some things if you put it in. Okay, anywho. Stats. So this is Marksman Sniper. So 5-star Marksman Sniper, what do we got? We got Crew Salter, we got Gray. Gray Throat, not Gray. Gray Throat.
Yeah, Gray Throat, April, Insider.
Insider.
There's a lot of operators.
There's a lot of marksmen. I think Insider's the most recent one, if I'm not mistaken.
I would believe so. The most recent 5-star Marksman. Yes, blue. There is blue poison. No, actually, blue poison is like New Zealand. She don't exist. I'll let that one through.
The numbers are fine.
Numbers are fine? Cool.
Yeah, slightly high HP, slightly low attack and defense.
Basically, it all kind of balances out. Okay. Talent, what do we got? So, additional attack is arts and does a debuff that can stack. Okay, so the debuff kind of jumps between enemies. Okay. If they die, though.
Yeah, so if you're attacking a normal number of times, you get 3 stacks on an enemy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, what's Marksman X again?
Here we are.
Is that the attack speed with ground enemies, or is that the
Real?
Oh, this is just a better BP talent. Feels bad.
Boop's like, no! I can hear the screams of blue, like, very loudly.
It's a pretty modest amount of arts damage.
Yeah, it's not a lot of arts
it adds
damage.
up. Depends
It
on the
is a
skill.
modest amount of arts damage, but again, it can be buffed through attack, and that's the difference because it scales.
It's true. It also slows. The slow is pretty meaningful.
The slow is meaningful.
More attacks you can hit.
Oh no.
I guess this is sort of a 5-star May in some ways.
Are we ready to move on to module? Although I kind of already got the module effects from the talent, because Flamey was very kind to put the talent buffs into the talent section.
Very nice indeed.
Attack HP seems fine.
Yeah.
Okay. Skills. Alright. Here's where the fun part is. So, 10 offensive recovery, manual activation, and it's the instant blap. Oh, that's interesting. So it's like Schwartz range. So it's a Schwartz range, does a pierce.
I can't believe this.
Oh,
is just...
it's Melanite S2 in terms of range.
With a kaboom at the end.
Oh, it is a kaboom. Oh no.
Only at the very
I
end.
can't believe this isn't Zeri from League of Legends.
Oh no.
Actually, the Valorant equivalent of Zeri is actually just called Neon, right?
Yesn't? She is also electric charge. She runs really fast, and then she has taser fingers.
Gotcha.
We call her Emperor Palpatine sometimes when she goes this zap thing. Blue's like, man, I'm just catching straight for all the games I play. Like,
Yeah, so every 10 seconds you get to do 1.5k arts damage, or I guess like 2k arts damage.
It does pierce all enemies, so it goes. Meow.
And then you get a bunch of extra talent damage.
Oh, and it only kabooms if it hits a high ground tile. Okay, so basically the high ground tile would stop it and explode in that cross shape on that tile. Okay. So it doesn't actually kaboom if there's no high ground tile at the end of the range. As far as I can tell. If there's no high ground tile at the end of the range, it just kind of fizzles out. Okay.
This is definitely like a strong skill, but at the same time, the average marksman sniper skill is very good, so I don't think it's inappropriate.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, yeah, because the bolt, I guess the bolt just fun. I can see how this might get a little awkward if you're trying to shoot at drones, right? And there's like a high ground tile, and the drone's like over, and the drone's like right behind it, so your shot just goes, and just like stops right in front of it.
That sounds like a skill issue, though.
Like, I'm just saying, it'd be funny. You're like, all right, I'm gonna get this drone. Ah, crap. Well, you might still be able to hit the drone because it is a 3-tile cross shape, so you actually can get a couple extra tiles of range if you're able to skill this one.
Just use Glaucus.
I do like the I do like the range of you can actually cheese a couple more tiles of range out of this if you know how. Like longer range on the explosion. Skill 2. Skill 2 is a more traditional auto recovery skill. Longer attack speed, more arts damage, and you either hit you hit the enemy 3 times and then so you either hit the target 3 times or you just have like almost chain castery zappies. If I'm understanding this correctly, and you slow them.
Or you slow them in a. Oh no, it's damage and slow. I see. Yeah.
It says it alternates, so you get both effects either way.
Yeah, so you basically you hit a target 3 times, and then your next attack does the chain thing, and then when you go back to your first, and then when you attack again, so basically odd numbered attacks, like your odd numbered attack will do the 3 hit, and then your even numbered attack will do the chain caster jump.
Yeah, it's sort of like Blue Poison Seal too.
Blue is so offended right now.
Blue Poison does not have her attack interval increase and gets 50% more attack. That's like a real.
Yeah, but she does less arts damage.
Yeah, but she does a lot more physical damage.
It's literally zero.
It's okay. It's okay. Marksman Sniper have shit attack, and everything has high defense these days.
I started telling people no more using League of Legends. We had so many League inspiration things. We ready to go on to lore summary?
Yep.
Man, I gotta stop y'all from using League as an inspiration at this point. Swear to God. All right. Again, as usual, we'll be reading through this on our own and not, reading it out loud because it is quite a bit of lore to go through. So, we're just gonna read through, doing the reading. And then just let me know when we're ready to go on the next page. Okay.
Sure, I'm good to go.
Boop, are you ready?
One moment. I'm on the last paragraph. Alright, I am ready.
Let's go to the next page. Okay.
I'm trying to find the joke in the name Bill Pearly.
I'm here more just like 9 charges of disturbing the peace. Using by doing too much rock and roll.
I mean, that's just catapult, but without explosions.
That's fair. All right. Let me know when we're ready to go to voice lines, and we shall go to voice lines.
I'm ready.
I am ready as well.
Cool. All right, who is getting yeeted into the voice line shenaniganry this time around?
We have not heard Skami yet.
I suppose it's my turn. Huh? Whoa, hey Doc, when do you get here? I know. I gotta clean up. It's bad to leave all these stray charred parts around the office after I'm done fixing Big Shocker. Give me a mo. Getting up. Thanks for letting me use your office, Doc. Those catheter eggheads say that learning music's good for learning arts. Now, I don't know if that's really it or not, but I get what they mean. You learn and practice a certain tempo, hone and train for every beat, every chord, but sometimes you gotta let loose, go wild, and rip a bangin' solo on your own. And it gives me an excuse to bring my guitar around everywhere. Every now and then, some Billy Codis walks up and asks if I can shock him. Now, I'm not criticizing anyone's lifestyles here. Everyone's got their thing to be into, but what a freak. At least didn't pester me no more after that. Hey, I don't know what anyone's told you, but they didn't do nothing. It was me. Huh? A promotion? Sure, yeah, let's go with that. Nice. Badge looks good on me. Let me snack a pic. You know, it was weird at first, like having good pay, getting regular med checkups, having hot food more than maybe once a month. Felt like it was a dream, like I was gonna maybe wake up home or maybe even and never open my eyes again. But no, it's real. This is for real. I'm here. I belong here. Us infected, us sarcas, us poor and misfortunate, we all belong here.
Well done, well done. All right. Okay, are we ready to go to points, or is there anything we want to double check one more time before we hit up points?
I'm good.
Anything you want to double check before we go to points?
I'm good as well.
Cool. All right. Who would like to go first?
I can go first.
Go for it.
Alright, starting with the lore. I think the lore is very solid.
Mhm.
It's... You know, Bolivar is not a country that we focused on a tremendous amount in Arknights. We mostly see, like, DeSolis specifically. But we are there for a bit in Operation Lucent Arrowhead, and this description fits very well with the depiction of life we see among infected in Operation Lucent Arrowhead. Even if it's, you know, about something, a specific different place that's not exactly the same place as we saw. I think I have a strong impression of the characters' personality and what they like. And there's some hints of sort of the inciting incident that got them involved with Rhodes Island. You know, the event that this operator relate with, so to speak. So yeah, I'd say I'm just very satisfied with this overall. There's some relations with other operators, the mention of Corsair and Glaucus. Very solid. I'll give the lore a 2.5.
2.5?
Right, next, let's talk about cohesion and integration. I don't think there's a super strong integration between the element of Neon and this operator kit. Neon is involved with electricity, and this character is involved with electricity, and that's mostly the extent of the connection, as far as I can tell. There isn't stuff about, like, you know, neon tubes or the refrigerant properties of neon, that liquid neon that were mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think that's super strongly integrated there. I do think the kit executes very well on the sort of core concept of electric marksman sniper.
Mm-hmm.
So some points for that, but it's and I think the talents and skills make sense for the lore concept that we have of this sort of homemade electric gun.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, not a fan of the lack of neon integration. So I'll give it a, I think, 1.9 for integration.
Mm-hmm.
Then let's talk about the kit. I think the kit is quite good. As people have pointed out, I think this is very clearly like a riff on Blue Poison to some extent. It's sort of Blue Poison and May combined together, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
You have some CC effects, you have some multi-target effects, and it's all via doing a little bit of arts damage. Not so much art damage that they're really a caster, but a lot of like supplemental art damage on the physical attacks that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't catch this on the first read, but skill 1 does physical damage on the initial hit and arts damage on the secondary hit. So yeah, I was gonna quibble about that, but I actually like that. I do think having the slow on the second skill combined with the slow on the talent is a little bit of overlap that doesn't necessarily need to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the way that the first talent stacks up is not entirely clear in some cases. For instance, if you hit an enemy with Oversurge, does it amplify the talent 1 damage just for that application of damage?
Mm-hmm.
Or does it amplify it, all of the stats of talent 1 that are on the target?
Mm-hmm.
What does it mean that second bit of skill 1 is treated as damage from talent 1? So there's some clarity that I would like fleshed out.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I think it's like a solid concept. I think the skills have interesting and unique use cases relative to each other, and I think the unit does interesting things. So I'll give it a 2.2 for kit. And then balance-wise, again, this is a riff on Blue Poison. I think we're at the point in Arknights where we can sort of go beyond a riff on Blue Poison, but there is the slow additionally integrated into it, which is pretty strong. I think skill 1 is a pretty powerful effect, being able to do a big hit of physical damage on a marksman sniper in order to get through high defense and doing art damage. I think skill 2 comparatively is a bit of a weaker effect, which I'm not sure how I feel about. And it's a little bit strange having to get kills on this sort of operator, because really what you want to do with a marksman sniper that does arts damage is, kill weak enemies, which you do the job well, like kill low defense enemies, and be able to do chip damage to high health enemies, which is not something that's really supported by the kit getting a bunch of extra damage on kill.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I think it's pretty solid balance-wise. There's no one part that stands out as tremendously too strong or tremendously too weak. I'm going to give it 2 points for balance.
2 points for balance. It's an 8.6 overall. All right. All right. Where do you want to go next, or do you want me to go next? I'm okay with either.
I can go next.
Go for it.
One moment. Let me gather my thoughts.
Mhm.
For the lore, I like the lore.
Mhm.
It's I think I think it does fit into Arknights. I do like the integration with the lore that we already have, and the quote unquote future storylines that could come of it. Right.
Mhm.
So I'll give it a 1.8 for lore.
Mhm.
Very nice. But it did. I don't think it does anything special outside of that. For the cohesion and integration, I do like how it keeps to this one core focus of dealing a little bit extra arts damage and slowing, right? Like the skills and the talent works well together, and it works well with the marksman archetype as well as just dishing as much of that out as possible. So I'll give that a 2.3.
Mhm.
The Actually, hold on. Let me backtrack a little bit because I forgot about the element. I keep forgetting this is about the periodic table.
There is my brother in AKOC judging. This was your idea.
I know. It's been a long day. Not a long day. It's just. uh,
You got this.
okay. Okay. I do agree with Skami that I feel as if there wasn't as much exploration of the element as there could have been.
Mhm.
Yes, there it is integrated, but it's a very basic integration, right?
Mhm.
So I'll give it a 1.7 overall, right?
Mhm.
Like if this was not like an element based operator, my previous score would apply, but again, the I feel as if there could have been more done.
Mhm.
For the balance is fine in
Mhm.
terms of like in a vacuum.
Mhm.
The power creep, however, is an entirely different thing entirely. However, because the current state of Arknights is very um up in the air with the ceiling constantly being raised,
Mhm.
me and my day one knights ass will grudgingly say that the balance is okay, and I'll give it a 1.6.
Mhm.
For the kit, uh, kit is basic. It's kind of just like you kind of just slap a chain caster onto a marksman sniper, and that's about it. So I'll give it a 1.4.
Okay. Plus 6.5 from Boop. All right. All right. For my end, I'm gonna start with what I feel was probably the part that I'm gonna think points off the most, which is going to be the integration. I think if you're talking about the integration of the operator skills with the operator talent, I think it works together pretty well with what you're intending to do and what you're trying to do. I think that worked together pretty well. However, given that the theme is neon, there is the relationship to electricity, but this to me seems more focused around electricity as opposed to neon. So it's there, but it's a pretty loose connection. So I am going to give integration like I'll give it like a 1.8.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but yeah, I did. That's something I also sort of like forgot to say or forgot to mention. If you asked me if this was an operator based around lightning and not the element neon, I would say yes. And that's again, I think, not a good thing.
Hmm. I think outside, if we're talking outside of theme, just as an operator, does it work together? I think the kit actually works together pretty well with what you're trying to do, right? Like at least conceptually, right? From the integration aspect and everything, how it will work in AK, it's like I think it works together. It's just the neon part, kind of like that's kind of what's holding you back from getting a higher score from me on that end. Um, Otherwise, as for the lore, I think the lore was actually was well written. I do especially like the way you're adding in more slang and like into the voice lines to really get an idea of her personality and like how she speaks, because how people speak can give you a better idea of their personality, and I think you've done a good job with that in the lore. So I will give lore a 2, flat 2. How does Yoshi Kit feel like? Is this fresh or interesting? I think having the arts damage is nice, and adding a bit of the chaincaster thing is nice. Does it make a particularly big thing of like, oh wow, this is like a whole fresh take on it? It's like kind of, but not really, right? Because like we have precedents for arts, we have precedents for like, again, the whole thing of like, oh, this kind of feels like a riff on Blue Poison, right? So I'm kind of like, if I can already be like, it's kind of a riff on Blue Poison, then on the creativity aspect, on the fresh, interesting aspect, it's kind of like, I don't know on that end, right? So, I'm gonna give Kit like a 1. I'll give like a 1.7. Like I think it did. I think you tried to freshen it up a bit, but in terms of like, what did it like make me go, oh wow, this is like, whoa? It's like not quite. I think it did a good job though. Balance wise, I mean, this is like this power creeps Blue Poison, but in current AK, it's like, yeah, that's acceptable. Sorry, Blue, but it is acceptable. I think the balance is fine. Like, it doesn't do too much, it doesn't do too little. It's pretty well balanced. So I will also give it a 2, which puts us at 22.6, if I did my math correctly. Which
I will say
just
the only thing that
barely takes the top.
I will say the only thing that saves me from giving this a bad balance score is the fact that, as Kami mentioned, Blue Poison does a lot more physical damage.
Mm-hmm. I think the balance worked out. But I think for me the biggest thing was just like I could use a little more creativity on this, on like the kit aspect of it. But granted, I mean, it is marksman. They are a little rough to come up with something, so I didn't go too crazy on it. So we do have a new number 1 now, which does mean that we will have a new Bullshot will not be retaining their title of current winner.
I will say it doesn't help that there's a ton of marksman snipers that were just released within like the span of 2 years. Like, there's so many of them.
All right, next up, the Lazy Couch. This is an interesting one because what we have gone with here is yes for the elements. So I'm like, okay, that's a bold move there.
Wait, hold on. Wasn't the rule that we only could use one element or no combinations of elements?
You couldn't the rule was we couldn't combine elements. Like, you can't combine sodium and chloride to make salt. But if you have a bunch of if you're just dabbling into various different elements individually, that one's okay.
Noted.
So we'll see because if this ends up mixing elements, then that's like, okay, well, that's kind of all right. That's gonna get docked points, right? So, anywho, 5-star launch, so new archetype again. New archetype. That is a
This
tall
just sounds
bird.
like a different name of artilleryman.
Well, one way to find out.
Only one way to find out.
Well, first stats, and then we'll go into custom.
Stats seem relatively low.
Marksman sniper-ish
Mm-hmm.
stats.
Okay.
A bit
While
expensive,
costing
but longer
more.
attack interval.
All right. Well, I guess we'll have to see what a launcher sniper does. What do they launch? Where the? Wait. Hold on. Did I leave that out by accident like an idiot? There's a non-zero chance I may have left it out like an idiot. Yes, I did in fact leave it out like an idiot. One moment, please. Don't worry about it. Everything is fine. Don't worry. Everything is perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. I knew it was gonna happen eventually down the line. I knew it was gonna happen eventually somewhere down the line.
Couch, unless you make like actual compounds, you're fine.
Yeah, like unless you're actually mixing elements, like legit mixing them together to make a compound, then you're good. Then you're fine. I hope I don't come back and see. Uh-oh. if I come back and see. Uh-oh, then it's like ruh-roh.
You made chemical reactions. I
We'll have to see how that goes.
We'll have to see how it goes.
We'll have to see how that goes. Anywho, nothing bad ever happened. Everything's totally fine.
Because here's the thing. Technically, fire is like a chemical reaction. It's not like an actual thing, you know?
Anyhow, here's our custom archetype. Physical damage every 5 seconds. There's a token. And the old charge overwritten when a new charge is created. Charge can be used by the operator in various ways.
Okay.
Okay. Talents. Well, hold on. I see oxygen, I see hydrogen. So tokens boost attack. Okay, so you create different things depending on what happens. Okay.
And do you use a token each time you attack? Or is this something that will be explained in the skills?
There is a module, I think, as well. Yeah, there is a module. But then we can go into skills afterwards.
Sure.
And see what we need to. Looks like this just makes so faster tokens. It looks like, and higher damage. Okay.
Okay.
Skills. All right, so we got pretty cheap auto recovery. It looks like with a 4 SP cost, assuming I copied that correctly, but I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, I copied that correctly. Yeah, it's 4 SP cost, so manual trigger, but no charges. Yeah, no charges. And consume an element.
2 charges.
2 charges.
Right.
I may be blind. I am blind. Consume an element token, carbon token. Okay, so carbon, just no effect, you just do extra damage. Oxygen token deals damage. Hydrogen token increases. Okay, skill one I think works fine for in terms of like the no mixing. Oh wait, I may have not lazy couch. Here we are. There are slight updates that I may or may not have forgotten to update because, yeah. Okay, live adjustments. Don't worry about it. Live adjustments. There.
We are having technical
everything's
difficulties.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Be terrified.
Don't worry about it.
Technical difficulties.
Everything is fine. I think that's everything. There we go. That should be fine. Yeah, it's always said that. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. I was about to be like, wait, hold on. I'm pretty sure something changed here. Sometimes when you just hit into a groove, you just forget to look at other things. But, yeah, I really got to figure out a better way for you guys to be able to correct things. Like, just correct it on your own so it doesn't have to go through me. I really got to do a better way of doing that. Anywho, that's future me's problem. Anywho, I think everything else is correct, though. But, yeah, S1 would be fine in terms of element mixing, because this doesn't mix elements, they do individual things. So, S1 is fine in terms of theme. Would we agree, judges?
I agree.
Yes. Skill 1 is fine. I've went ahead and read skill 2 and I searched it up because I was curious.
I could tell you by the first thing that I glanced past the thing. When I see carbon plus oxygen, it's like, okay, no, that's no longer fine.
Yeah.
Carbon
Same
plus
with
hydrogen.
carbon and
Yeah,
hydrogen.
okay, yeah, no, this is now.
Hydrocarbon.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
That
yeah,
one.
The oxygen hydrogen one is fine though, because that's a combustion. That's a chemical reaction. That's not really a compound.
It is two elements interacting with each other though.
Fair enough.
And that's the issue. Like, it's more, we're trying to lean more towards the property, and like, am I gonna be like, oh, the when you use the element in the air has all, it's like, we're not gonna get into that detail, but it's like, if it's specifically two elements, like, okay, that's where the thing comes in. So, all right, well, we'll evaluate skill 2 on balance, but then, yeah, you're probably gonna take a pretty big hit for integration on my end for, you know, kind of doing the no mixing part. Okay, so anywho, consumes 2 element tokens, reduce the amount of time it takes to create a token by 3 seconds. This is 30-second duration. Okay. Okay, so if everything, so all the tokens are same, it's just like, alright, you get nothing. Good day, sir. Otherwise, you either have a 3-second cold, you have a kaboom, and you have a bigger kaboom with a dot. Okay. Anything we want to go to on the skills here? Anything we want?
If this was a regular operator, I would like skill 2 a lot.
I mean,
if there was no theme.
From a balance aspect, I don't think I really have too big of an issue with skill 2. Any thoughts, Skami?
Yeah, I have no objection to this from a balance perspective. It is a lot of complexity for an effect that is not like tremendously optimizable, but I think I should save that for the scoring, to be honest.
Alright. Yeah, I'll check if there's anything that particularly jumped out.
I will say, I do want to mention, this just feels like a more complicated Swire talent.
Well, go on to lore summary. Alright. So we want the more operator style, like operator archives version of this. Alrighty. Yeah, and as always, let me know when you are ready to move on to the next page. And we shall scoot on to the next page when we are prepared.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I am ready as well.
Cool. Right. Alright. And then, as always, let me know when you're ready to go on to voice lines.
I am ready.
I am ready as well.
Cool. Okay, I saw slightly German. I'm like, okay. Slightly. Alright, we could probably get away with this. Who wants to do the voice line? Lazycat, do you have anyone specific in mind, or is it kind of just who throws people under bus? Alright, bus throwing under it is. Who gets thrown under bus here?
I will sacrifice myself
Go
for
forth.
this. We found a new molecule? Well, that was worth the hard fight. Greetings. My name is Albert Dalton. I'm here to access Rhodes Island, rumored excellent research labs and site surveys. A rumor? Well, I will be the judge of that. Loose elements can burn you, Doctor. Touch me again, and you might lose your fingers. Well, I cannot say I have much use for a metal, Doctor. Can I trade this for a consult with you on the mixing of originium and ambient peroxide as a heterogeneous solution? Oh, the Doctor must be tired. Paperwork. Can't say I miss doing any of that. Well, you deserve a good rest.
Alrighty. Ready to go to points?
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Alright, who wants to lead us off?
I'll lead off.
Go for it.
I think the lore was. I always start with lore, which I find kind of funny, but I think the lore was kind of basic. It didn't really do anything for me. It's just like we have like a quote unquote stereotypical researcher, and that's about it, right? There's nothing special going on there, and we already have, like, we've seen this before, been there, done that, right? Eight. So I'll give it a 1.3. Like, it just, you can't go anything wrong with like classic lore like this, but I don't think it met the benchmark of twisting it around a little bit either. For the cohesion and integration, I do like the what do you call it? The attempt at trying to use more than one element. If it weren't for the mixing of the compounds, it definitely would have worked more. Maybe if Skill 2 was just using the elements separate, it definitely would have been very good. But I will have to dock you, and I'll give it a 1. For balance, I think the balance is fine. I'll give the balance a 2. As for the kit, I feel the kit is slightly overcomplicated, so I'll give it a 1.4.
1.4. Alright, so that's a 5.7 from you overall?
Yeah. And when I say slightly overcomplicated, I don't mean overcomplicated in the sense that I can't understand it, but overcomplicated in the sense that there's a lot of stuff going on with not a lot of effect, you know?
Okay. Alright. Alright. I can take the next one. I'm gonna start off with the low point, which will be cohesion integration. I think as a whole, with like, you know, again, theme aside, I think it's a bit complex with the whole like, okay, you know, this happens and this happens and this happens. It's like there's a lot of like if-thens going on, right? Which isn't a bad thing. So like I get the idea of what you're trying to go for. And I think with what you're trying to go for, it works together. It's like, I don't know, just to me it feels like there might be ways to do it with less steps, if that's the, like, I don't know how else to put it, right? Biggest hit for me, obviously, is going to be the fact that the S2 just does not meet our requirement. Everything else but the S2 has, like, met the requirement. Yeah, everything but the S2 met the requirement. S2 didn't. So I'm like, nah, that S2's that's gonna earn you a little bit of a bonkaroo, right? Because again, because you didn't meet the requirements, I can't give you like the baseline of 1.5. So I'm gonna give you like a 1.2. Like I can't, like, the S2 does not meet the rec, right? That's the nature of it. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Lore-wise, I am in the agreement that the lore is like the kind of stereotypical, like, you know, very heavy, research-heavy person, right? Very research-heavy. You can get an idea of, like, you get the idea of the personality, you get the idea of the research. Like, to me, I think it meets. I don't think it doesn't go beyond. I don't think it goes beyond. So it'll just be a flat 1.5 for me for this one. As for the kit creativity, I think you definitely were trying to make something with the kit, and try to freshen things up a bit. But I think that I like the concept of the token system. I like the concept of the token system. I think I think there's a lot of room, given that this is a 5-star, right? So you're not going to expect something too crazy on the first go. So I think there's a good bit of room to expand on this if you were to do things like with this in the future. As is right now, I mean, I think it's a solid kit. I mean, it's fresh, it's new, right? It's fresh and new. So I will give this like a 1. Let's say 1.8.
I will say I really like the token system, and I see a lot of potential in it.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see if other people make launchers as well.
I do like the concept. As for cohesion and I went through cohesion integration. I bonked you for that. As for balance, I think the balance is fine. Like, does it do anything particularly crazy? Not really, right? Like, I think it's there. Like, you met it. I wouldn't necessarily say it particularly wows me in any direction. Of like, oh wow, like this is a really cool way to go at. It's like, it's just different mixes of the elements, right? But to me, it's a bit hard to try to get actual skill expression out of it, because it's kind of hard to try to like get it's hard for you to get the exact effect you want, right? So there's inherent a good bit of RNG with like, because you're going to be in a fight, you're going to have enemies dying, or you're going to have allies getting healed, etc, right? Or you might just get nothing, right? If you just get carbon, then it's like, all right, well, you're just fucked, right? But or you have like 2 heals going off at the same time. It's like, okay, well, that might work. 2 heals going off in the token creation. Like, it's harder to express a skill. So the balance ends up being kind of a crapshoot for that skill too. I mean, even just the talent to a degree, like, yes, there's overwritten, but like there's a bit less expression, like potential to me. But it is a 5-star, so I think, having that more RNG aspect of it is fine. So I'll just still give it like a 1 point. I feel like a 1.7. Well, 6.2 for me. Like, it did good enough. I had to bonk you on the integration. Go for it, Scummy.
So let's start with lore. I think lore to be okay, as people have mentioned. It's sort of a stereotypical archetype of the scientist who is super into their science and sort of short with people because of it. I don't really have an objection to that. I appreciate that you wrote it in like archive file Arknights style. Very cool. But yeah, otherwise, pretty much the same thing everyone else has said. I'll give that a 1.6. Next, let's talk integration. So, the obvious thing, the request for the concept was, an operator based around an element, or elements but not around compounds. For those who does not fulfill this, I won't spend a lot of time harping on this, but yeah, that's the thing. As for the rest of it, that aside, I didn't find the integration to be that solid. There's a couple of reasons for this. One is that I don't think so in my mind, sort of the concept of this operator, the fantasy of this operator, mechanically speaking, is like an alchemist, sort of, right? You have these different reagents that you're combining together to get these varied, almost sort of unpredictable effects with how they're generated. I don't think this fits for like a precise scientist, and I don't think it fits with the particular elements that you've chosen to use, which are like really common elements. Like 2 of these are things that are, very common in air. One of these is carbon, which is, everywhere. I additionally don't think the combinations and specific effects that you have on the skills work super well for these elements in their like pure form. Hitting someone with a big thing of oxygen is not going to have a meaningful effect on them in terms of oxygen poisoning. You know, hydrogen, yeah, is combustible, it can burn, but to some extent, like, oxygen is the thing required for combustion, whereas hydrogen is just one of the things required for combustion, or one of the things that can be used as a fuel in combustion. So it makes a little bit less sense for the burn to be attached to the hydrogen there. And then for the combos, like, the hydrocarbon explosion is another form of combustion. And it's in the thing that has no oxygen in it, right? Like, really, you have a hot, and you have effects which do nothing. You have effects which are combustion, which are all of the effects involving hydrogen. And you have effects that do cold, which are the effects involving oxygen. I do not think this is a good fit, even leaving aside the whether or not we want you to do combinations. So I'm going to give it a 1 on integration. Next, the kit design itself. I think the kit design is okay, but has some flaws. I like the archetype. I think the archetype is solid. It's like a slightly weaker marksman sniper that gets these tokens. Very flexible in how they're used, arguably a little bit too flexible in that there isn't really a single defining factor of this archetype. They just accumulate something over time. But I think the talent is cool. You create different tokens, you have some control over which tokens you're creating. It is a little disappointing for me with how the skills are designed that it's a little hard to precisely get specific tokens. And it's going to be very map dependent based on, you know, when people are taking damage and therefore are getting healed, and based on when enemies are dying in your range. But you know, that's something interesting to optimize around. I don't mind it too much. And then as for the effects that you have on skills, I think it's skill 1, I'm a little bit disappointed at the balancing between the effects, right? Like, carbon is the default, so I get making carbon weaker, but then oxygen gets a tiny insignificant amount of damage, and hydrogen gets more than that much damage and a 3-second slow, right? In general, these like small art dots don't super inspire me. Skill 2, I think more interesting. You have more different effects, and you know, the oxygen plus hydrogen attack being better than the other attack, generally speaking, makes a lot of sense because it's harder to set up. You need 2 non-default things. But yeah. So overall, you know, interesting ideas for the kit, but I wish you had a little bit more control over what you did, and there was a little bit more of a decision to make instead of just trying to always get as much hydrogen as you can. I'm going to give the kit a 1.6. 1.6,
okay.
And then the final thing is balance. I think the balance is pretty much fine. Operator is not that strong, in my opinion. It's pretty easy to get, you know, let's say it may be a 50-50 split of hydrogen and oxygen tokens, depending on, or hydrogen and carbon tokens, depending on what you want. And I think the hydrogen version of skills are reasonably powerful based on just this operator's base stats. So I don't mind that. Again, they're just the kind of internal kit balance thing of some of these effects are much stronger than others, so you don't really get a ton of the like customizable mixing aspect of it. But overall, decent enough. I'll give it a 2 on balance.
2 on balance. So that brings me to a 6.2 as well. So we end up with I can't do mental math that quickly. 18.1. All right. Let me see. It's also me just very quickly being able to update my name tags. There we go for Dalton. I did it in the wrong order, damn it. One moment. Really gotta figure out how I can adjust this, like, midstream so I can just start getting this set up. Alright, anywho, let me clear some scores. And Spipley will be next.
Theoretically, you could make it all separate text boxes, but that would take a lot more work in terms of setup.
They are all separate text boxes already.
Wow, I can't believe we have a second Phalanx caster.
Oh
in this
man, Phalanx caster. Who could have guessed?
The numbers aren't part of like the bigger text box, because what you could do is you could do like 1 dot space and then the score and the name.
No, the numbers I just have it arranged as just the numbers are fixed, so I just drag around the names. That's just easier to do than readjusting the text numbers. Anywho.
I guess that's fair.
Anywho. Like, oh man, who could have expected Spipley to make a Phalanx caster? It could have been anyone that makes the Phalanx caster here. I actually need to update.
I'd have to admit, I did start saying, oh, it's another Phalanx caster before I actually saw it was a Phalanx caster.
It actually is a Phalanx caster. like, look.
SMH Phalanx caster's gonna dock you for no creativity.
Spipley likes
JK.
Spipley likes Phalanx casters. What can we say? Hermit crab. Well, that's pretty. Oh, that actually. Just imagining the Phalanx caster just like the animation, they just hide in their shell, just like, nah, dog, I ain't coming out of this when they're in their non-attack mode. But relation is oxygen this time around. So oxygen oxidation. Alright. 5-star, by the way, so best comparison will probably be beeswax. What's the 5-star? Mint? Question mark? Right? Mint's a 5-star?
Yeah, although
Mint is
also a
the
welfare.
A welfare, yeah.
I
So
think.
I had to stop for saying, like, what? Like, we really don't have a lot of phalanxes, I don't think. We have what? Mint, beeswax, Karn, Lin.
Yep.
I think that's it, right? I don't think there's a 4-star one, at least. Unless I'm going crazy.
So, higher defensive stats, lower offensive stats
Mm-hmm.
compared to.
Okay. Mostly given that they're a hermit crab, I'm like, that can make sense.
Yep.
Hermit crab trying to nibble at you with those little pincers. I don't think the hermit crab's gonna make it too far. Talents potentials. So what do we got? We have expanded range when the skill is not active. Interesting. And
I see bonus res.
Res potential.
res potential.
Oh no. It's a big deal for Phalanx Captor too because they
Yeah.
already have so much res. It's a large percentage.
They get 20 extra res, yeah.
Or 25 if they get the Mod X.
No mod. For
Modules aren't real. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, there is no mod for Farugo, so you're actually good to go on that end. But
Right.
any thoughts? Any particular thoughts to voice out on the talents of like, ooh, what is that?
It makes sense. It makes sense as a Phalanx Captor talent.
Mm-hmm. Anything to
As
say?
a sort of supportive talent.
Mm-hmm. With the range, I like the kind of inverse range thing. I think that's actually a pretty cool way to go about it. Any thoughts?
Very cool.
We good to move on to skills?
Yep.
Cool.
We have a lot of 5 stars. I really like
We
that.
do
I'm
have a
really
lot of
happy
5
that it's
stars.
not like all, the 6-star show, you know?
Oops, all 6 stars. All right.
Still waiting for my 3-star.
But we got a 1-star. I think that's the first time we've ever gotten a 1-star. I think we actually did a pretty good
True.
job with it. So what do we got? I had a nickel for everyone that in. So is this like our unofficial theme this time? Just everything gets fragile. Our unofficial like funny theme of just like what's the trend?
So here's the thing. Fragile doesn't stack inherently.
The
Yeah, but
moose
that's
feed-
something that you can just Fiat say. Same thing with like move speed reduction with Ascalon.
Fair.
Attacks refresh the duration of each stack. It's kind of just like,
Yeah. This is like a pretty
support skill.
I don't know. The slow is good. It's a relatively minor effect, but the combination of a moderate defense reduction, a moderate fragile, and a moderate move speed reduction is probably fairly good in combination. And you're attacking too.
Right? And 4 times against Machina enemies. Machina? Machina?
Yeah, this is very good against Machina enemies.
F them robots.
Clearly they meant machinima.
That's a
This
term
is
I haven't
what
heard in a
we
long
need
time.
to clear emergency man-made carnival.
Okay, actually though, F man-made carnival.
Well, I don't think it would do that much on that stage, but that's not this operator's problem. That's
Let me
the
cope.
most operators' problem.
Let me cope. Alright, S2. Unlimited duration. Yeah, that always makes things interesting. Oh, so it's manual deactivation and... okay. So you can just fiddle around at will with the talent effects of the support effects. Interesting.
So it's either you are constantly attacking and you have a 40% defense reduction in your game range, which is fairly good, although not as good as the dedicated defense reduction operators. Or you are not attacking and you reduce everything's attack by 25% in your range. Also a very solid effect, I think.
We'll also say the defense reduction does not affect the damage that this operator does, because casters, they are casters. Just gonna point that out as well. Very support-oriented. Like, very, very, very support-oriented Phalanx caster. Interesting. Are we ready to move on to lore?
Yep.
Yep.
Good. Onwards. What do we got here? Okay, so we got another archive files, like operator, like archive, like files-esque. So let's see what do we have here. Again, as always, let me know when you're ready to go to the next one. We're not gonna read through it all like out loud because it's a good bit of lore. It's 700 words, kind of has hands if you're gonna read out every single one of them, and interest of time and whatnot. I had Boop, I made Boop stay up till the sun rose one time, and we don't want to go through that again. As funny as it was the first time.
I mean, again, I'm ready for a 24-hour stream.
We're not doing a 24-hour stream. I'm gonna die.
Listen. You anytime, call me up. I'll be ready. 4
a.m. in the morning. All right, Boop, let's do this.
Yes, I will wake up for the 24-hour stream and then fall asleep at 4 a.m. the next day.
Imagine Boop like popping up out of bed like freaking Genos.
I am ready for the next slide, by the way.
Ready, Boop?
1 second. I'm on the last one. I got distracted by the 24-hour stream.
I'm a good influence, I promise.
I'm not. Alright, I'm ready.
Alright. That was a pretty big Archive 3. Huh?
Wait, what's the element of this?
Oxygen. Yeah, and let me know when you're ready to go into voice lines.
I'm ready. What's the What's the element of this operator?
Oxygen.
Can I be heard? Oxygen? Oh, okay.
All right, who's getting thrown under the... Oh, sorry, you're saying?
No, nothing. I thought it was something entirely different. I'm like, wait, this doesn't make any sense.
Oh.
I got confused.
I suppose I should throw myself under the bus.
You're throwing yourself under the bus. Go forth.
There is no bus. The bus is a lie.
Wait, Doctor, don't throw that away. I know it's ruffier than most of my work, but since you can't see the meaning yourself, I'll spell it out for you. See this here? It's a person. So worn down they can barely be recognized, but they're still finding the strength to support the world on their shoulders. A lot more inspiring than those spotless statues of heroes, don't you think? I don't usually sculpt for specific people, so I hope you like it. I'm not normally a critic, but I think I can improve that armor of yours. Let me show you my ideas. I know we've been working for a while, but just a little longer. Hang in there, Doctor. I'll go get us some. Not everything went exactly according to your plan, but that's fine, Doctor. What matters isn't perfection, but that you did the best that you could and we win. Just don't sneak up on me while I'm sculpting. I'd hate to accidentally spray solution all over the... Oops.
That battle one line is metal as fuck. Like an enemy is just approaching you and it's just like, oh, you just say, oh, I'm not normally a critic, but I can improve that armor of yours. Like, okay.
Improve your armor, and then your armor gets covered in rust.
You're just like, wait a minute, you said you were going to improve it.
Exactly, Cox gun.
Alright, Rangers points.
Yes.
Yep.
Who would like to lead off? Didn't work. There we go.
I can lead off.
Alright, go for it.
Let's start with the lore. I think the lore is quite good. I appreciate the reference to the idea that there are no Originium arts in Aegir, and sort of cultural miscommunications. Very in line with what we know about Aegir. One thing that is less in line with what we know about Aegir is describing life as mostly peaceful. I don't think that's entirely accurate, but, you know, minor thing. And I think we get a good sense of this operator's character. And yeah, overall quite solid, quite good. I will give it a 2.4 on lore.
2.4.
Next, let's talk about integration. I think the integration is fairly good. So let's start with the thing I say about everything. This focuses really on one aspect of the element that's been chosen. Oxygen, oxidizing things. But oxidization is a fairly broad category, at least. You know, it just means things combining with oxygen. Like, arguably, that's the main thing that elements do, is combine with other elements. So I don't fault it too much for that, even if I would have loved to see references to, like, I don't know, oxygen combustion or whatever. And I think that core idea of oxidization corrosion kind of goes through the whole kit very well. It's present in the talent, it is present in both of the skills, including the Machina enemies bit, being a more specific reference to, you know, what sort of things are more likely to oxidize. So I think the cohesion and integration is very good. I will give that a 2.5. Next, let's talk about the kit design. I also think the kit design is pretty good. This is very firmly a defensive, supportive Phalanx captor, which is not something that we really have thus far. All of our failing factors are actually kind of on the offensive side, except for Mint, who does the pushing or the pulling thing.
Mhm.
So it's not one that way. You know, very exemplified by none of the skills giving any attack bonus or any attack speed bonus.
Mhm.
And the talent's offensive boost not applying to this operator. And the truck bonus is not giving any offensive stats. To some extent, the two skills do kind of similar things in the sense that you activate them, you do your own personal arc damage, and it's the same amount, about the same amount of arc damage, and you increase the damage of your allies, and whether you'd prefer to have fragile or a defensive debuff is sort of just dependent on the stats of the enemy, as opposed to like different situations where you might want one skill over the other. But I think the slow and the minus attack being increased, or the slow on kill 1 and the minus attack being increased on kill 2, in addition to the differences in how frequently they can be activated, lead to enough differences that I don't really mind that. I will give a 2.2 to the kit design. And then finally, balance. It's hard for me to think about balance for this operator. To some extent, the closest comparison is Beeswax, and obviously this operator does less damage than Beeswax, right? Beeswax gets an attack buff, this operator doesn't. They have similar uptimes, although I see the +1 second here to correct the thing where Beeswax doesn't get the final attack of their skill off. In another sense, a good comparison is like a Hexer supporter. Hexer supporters get to apply 10% attack down with their autos, and they get to apply defense down with their skills, generally speaking. Skill 2 here is better uptime than their skills, and less defense debuff, but more of an attack debuff than that sort of operator. And attack debuffs, especially attack debuff that can stack with other stuff, are generally kind of strong and scary effects. I think this is not too strong. I think this is appropriately strong. We do have some of these effects in the game, like Moose, although Moose is much more limited. I'm a little bit nervous about the power level, though. Maybe that's a healthy place for power to be, but I'm not certain. So I'll give it a 1.8 in terms of balance.
8.9. I think that's the highest. I think that might be up there for one of the highest individual scores we've had tonight. All right, who wants to take the next one, or the next points? Boop, you want to take it, or you want me to go next?
I can, but I would like to take a look at the skills page first again.
Yeah, sure thing.
Because I have no idea what's going on, but I just blanked out the last 30 seconds.
There you go. You can take a look at the skills again.
Old man. Oh, right. It's this operator. Okay, cool. What was I thinking? Right, lore. I think the lore's cool. 2.5. Not much else to say.
Very...
Scammy said it all. Not much else to say other than that, you know. Oh, what was the thing I was gonna move on to next? Cohesion. I like the cohesion, but I do, again, I do feel like here's the trend that I've been seeing is that I feel as if the operator has an element, and then it's just like the potential of that element is not like fully realized in the operator, and I feel like that's the trend we've been seeing, right? And it's not that it's not cohesive. It is cohesive, but it's cohesive with the part that they use and not like all of it, right?
To be fair,
so I'll give it a.
No, I was gonna say, to be fair, for the theme, we only required it to be in a talent or a skill. It didn't have to be in everything. So
yeah, I agree. I agree. So I guess that goes more into kit. Yeah, you're right. I'll give cohesion a 2 then. For the balance, I think the balance is fine. I mean, I don't think it's anything special, but at the same time, I also don't think it's anything too powerful. I'll give it a 1.5.
Okay.
And for the kit, it is nice. It is definitely a different spin on a Phalanx caster. I especially do like the talent. So I'll give it a 1.7 overall.
Nice. So that's a 7.7 from the Boop. And yes, this is why we try to keep pace so we don't have Boop like, so Boop doesn't just like clunk out midstream. That'd be a bit awkward.
And I'm fine.
Look,
I'm
Boop,
fine.
3-star.
Oh wait, really?
No.
Oh damn! You got me excited.
Fool.
I got so excited. No, not like this.
It's like when you got a squirrel. You just go squirrel, Boop goes where? So,
how can you do this to me?
easily, just like that earlier.
Damn.
Lore-wise, again, I think there really isn't much that I could say that my fellow judges haven't already said. Outside of, I like the kind of like fish out of water aspect of it, where she comes out of Aegir and she's not really aware of what the land folk are going through, and she's just like, I want to do this, and people are just looking at her like, have you not seen what we're going through? She's like, oh damn. Like I got a little bit like I like that little kind of like, oh well, technically hermit crab out of water aspect, but yeah, I'll agree with the fellow judges and throw another 2.5 into the lore. I think it's well done. For the kit itself, I think the kit it's a very fresh take on a Phalanx caster being, instead of having a Phalanx caster be like that, they're either range tank or they kill. It's like I like this concept where they're doing support aspects the entire way instead of like objectively just doing kill or tank. It's like, oh, you can debuff while you tank. It's adding more utility, right? And to me, utility is my balance. Okay, this is gonna go a little bit into balance philosophy. My balance philosophy is always that utility will have way more impact for long-term AK than raw damage will, because you're remember when Chen Alter was the original Wishadel Odo character, and then now we have Wishadel, so it's like, you can see how the damage kind of ramps up over time, whereas, it's like, oh, I need Saria to do this, like, big, slow and everything, and do the arts damage ramp. It's like, okay, I need someone to do that. Well, I'm basically still grabbing Saria, like, a lot of the time. Like, your util damage buffers, you're still more or less grabbing the same one. So, like, for this case, we're like, oh yeah, you're trying to amp your damage and doing utility, you're gonna have more impact in the long term. So I like the freshness of the kit is the TLDR. So I'll give the kit a 2. As for the balance, I think the operator can be quite strong given the amount of utility and with what I mentioned of how long utility lasts in Arknights versus again just raw unga bunga slappy damage, right? And then have that flexibility on S2, given you do have a 50 initial SP cost, but it is a like having that flexibility is really nice, because you just hit it 5 seconds, swap it again. Like, you can literally just change it at will, right? Now, will you be able to get crazy speedrun things out of it? Probably not, but not on top of speedrun, just talking about general overall usage. So it's like having that ability to either you can either heal, like, effectively damage for your team, mitigate damage for your team, or shred your opponent and help out your fizz damage. Like, it's a good mix of either being in support mode or just being in you're in support mode either way, but one is a more violent support mode versus the other one. So I like that concept, but it can be quite strong. But the balance feels fine. And again, utility. So I personally like seeing utility, so I'm comfortable giving this 2. Cohesion integration, how focused is it? I think this is a pretty good focus in terms of this support oriented Phalanx caster. I think this is a pretty good mix of the skills and talents. I think you did a pretty good job in mixing those together, and I think it fits in an AK as a game. In particular, I think the cooler thing is, like, I like how you integrated the idea of, okay, if you're not attacking, you have the bigger range, right? So that because enemies that might hit you from further, they're still getting hit by that, but you're basically nerf batting them a little. You're giving them hitting them with the damage res, right? When the skill isn't active. So I think that's a pretty cool way to go about it and integrating that into your concept. So I think you did a pretty good job there. And then oxidation, I can see what you're trying to go for, where it's like you're either quote unquote you're either oxidizing their weapons, right? Or you're either breaking down their weapons so they do less damage to you, or you're breaking down their armor so you do more damage to them. I like that conceptually. So I will give a 2.1 for cohesion integration. I think this is a very well done operator. And that puts me at a 8.6. Uh, 7.7, so that comes out to a 20. I think we have a new person in the lead, question mark? We do have a new person in the lead. Okay.
What a shocking turn of events.
This Phalanx caster is winning.
Can't wait for another Phalanx caster to unhorse the Phalanx caster.
We're not having 18 Phalanx casters, I swear to God.
Isn't this just a Phalanx casters contest? Are you sure about this?
We've had 2 so far, I think.
Clearly it's not enough.
Alright, let me clear out some scores and we can keep rolling. Next up is Blue. Blue, I hope you're still here and awake, because you are the next contestant on the OC Contest. And then also, Zoe, we're gonna try to feed you it. We're gonna squeeze you in at the end here, Zoe. So, heads up on that one. Oh, whoops, there we go. You can actually recruit everyone in day 2 to make Phalanx caster. Damn it, Spipply. All right, Blue. Let's see what you got for us. After okay, this might be the most amount of 5 stars I think we've seen in a contest so far.
This is correct. This is the most amount of 5 stars we've seen.
Probably also explains why we've been ahead of schedule here, but I don't mind that. Right, so
don't let them know.
So we have operator memory here. We have Hexer. I feel like we haven't gotten to Hexer in a while. Our relationship theme here is Mercury. I swear, I'm making. I wonder how many people I made pull out their old high school physics textbooks or something.
I was supposed to return mine. I didn't do that.
Bruh.
I had to pay for it. Of course I'm not returning it.
Fair enough. Alright, so stats. I think our 6-star Hexer comparison here is Birdman-Gnosis. Right? Birdman-Gnosis. I don't think we have any other 6-star
Hexers? I mean, Virtuoso might as well be a Hexer.
Virtuoso's a lot of things, let's put it that way.
But yeah, we have Gnosis, but then that's about it for now.
I think it's just Gnosis.
Clearly Stainless is a Hexer.
Don't worry, Puddin', we're not making Phalanx caster next theme. Next contest will be themeless. We went back to back on themes, so it'll be themeless for a little bit. It'll definitely be themeless for probably maybe the next 2, just to cut back on themes a little bit.
Maybe next theme should just be make a guard. Give people something easy.
It'll probably be an easy theme. So I'm assuming stats are pretty standard. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't see anything out of the ordinary.
Talents. What do we got? So dealing damage to a non-leader enemy, reduce that enemy's defense by 10 permanently. Interesting. So elites and normal enemies. Talent 2, you can deploy a Mercury on the ground lasting for 20 seconds. Okay, so there is going to be a summon involved. Please tell me I remember to add some stats. I think I did. I think I see that on the next page. Please tell me I remember to add in some stats. Alrighty. Anything in particular we want to say about talents or potentials before we
We
go on?
we finally have Heart of Surging Flame Slugs as an operator.
Finally. It only took us that long.
It's about damn time. I like how Talent 1 also isn't just like, oh yeah, by the way, Meteor just no longer exists. No, it's just like because -10 takes a long time to stack up.
Mm-hmm. And it's only to
The
non-leaders.
permanently is a long time.
It really is a very long time.
Yeah, but it's -10 at once is the thing.
It's also to
Sure.
non-leaders. So it's like you're gonna do better at shredding through like the extra thick defense elites. But it's gonna take you a hot minute. We'll see what the skills do with this though. Or well, first things first. I'm assuming we're all ready to move on, right? To summon stats?
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's the Mercury getting thrown down on the field. So it's kind of like more like a landmine as opposed to an actual summon. Yeah, so it seems like you get one Mercury and then they just take a Arts Thought and then I'm assuming the Arts Thought is Mercury, the little bit of Mercury's Art Dot.
Yeah, the 52 attack.
Yeah. And Fragile. Okay, the unofficial theme is now Fragile, because friggin' all the operators do Fragile nowadays.
To be fair, Fragile is just like the generalist debuff, so
It
that's
really
more of an
is.
Arknights issue rather than the contest issue.
It
Because
really
it's just like
is.
there is arts fragility, but if you just want like a debuff, it's just like, oh, Fragile's already there, you know?
Fragile is there. Alright, ready to move on to skills?
Yes.
Yep.
So I don't think we have module for this one. I'm just gonna double check, but it does not appear so. Yeah, no module. So skills. What do we got here? That's a
Minus
long...
50% attack. Oh, infinite duration. Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay. I get the concept here. You're just shredding. You're just boosting your defense shred by like 1 billion. You just try to keep that thing going. Okay, I
It's
understand.
not really 1 billion. It decreases. It's like 1.6 to 1.2, I think, if I'm doing my math right.
You're basically the intention is to all in to go harder on that talent one, to chuck the perma defense reduction. I would still say though 10 is not a lot.
Should be 1.05 seconds, I think.
Is it really 1.05? Damn. The attack interval of a hexer is 1.6, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to do the math just so I know that I'm actually just.
Or sorry, it's
dumb fuck.
1.06 or something. Not 1.05, but yeah.
Close enough.
Right?
But yeah, I mean, sure. You're really using this for the defense reduction, which can hit leaders, this one. But it's a lot of hoops to jump through, so I'm not certain. The effect on the skill, I mean, not the talent.
Yeah, I just double checked. Yeah, if you're hitting a leader, they're not taking the standard -10, and you have to kill enemies, or an enemy or mage has to get killed that has less than 300 defense, and that can bounce through the leader.
Yep.
Imagine exploding like 50 slugs or something. But you have to hit them all first. Well, actually, no. If they're all just less than 300, then if you just kill a bunch of chaff enemies, you can actually get some good defense shred. Alright, skill. So next skill, what do we got? So 6 hit. Is this kind of like a, what is it, Amiya S2? Kind of?
Yeah. And now we're reducing defense by 180 per auto.
Yeah, Still doesn't hit leaders, but kinda still yabe. When dealing damage, reduce that enemy's res by 1. I don't know what... Okay, here's the thing, like... If the leader only reflects skill until skill end... Okay, see, the thing that I'm just gonna point out with skill 2 is that I don't think any boss enemies have less than 300 defense in current Arknights.
Unless it's like
Probably
Crown
not.
Slayer, but who gives a crap about Crown Slayer being a boss?
Die in half a second.
Like, I really don't think reducing the enemy res here is just like, why is this here? Why is this part of the skill?
I think the intention is when enemies get shredded down to below 300 defense, based on, you're dropping, 108, what's that, 180 defense a hit. The problem is that
Works.
the talent one...
It works on the Sequin actually.
Yeah, less than
Oh,
300
fair.
defense.
He has 300 defense exactly.
I guess this is a less
Sorry,
than
less
or...
than.
To be
You need
fair,
1 point
be-
of defense reduction from another operator.
I will also say that you're not able to reduce a leader, so like this whole... So reducing enemy res is like... It's not gonna... It's basically not gonna affect leaders.
to be fair, you could combine it in conjunction with other defense reduction things like Meteorite S2. Meteorite S2
Oh,
is a
that's true.
flat like minus 250.
Oh, that's true. At the same time, I feel like if you shred an enemy's, if an enemy leader has less than 300 defense, I think at that point you just use fizz damage, like straight up. S3. What do we got for S3? You're summoning more of the little summons.
It would work on Rathalos, I think. Rathalos has like 300, 305 defense.
It works on Kindling Revenant if you're trying to kill Kindling Revenant with normal damage somehow.
What do we got? So these are... Okay, so basically bigger dot effects. That's a decently big kick boom. And
The base stat is like really low, right?
Yeah.
Even with the big multiplier.
the
So it's
multiplier
like
is
600.
big.
600 damage at the end of the skill.
Mhm. All enemies... Oh, and okay, hold on. It only applies to enemies on the Mercury with less than 400 defense. So if they have more than 400 defense, then they just kind of don't care. Oh, it's 5% of Memory's attack, not the Mercury's.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So that actually can be a decent amount.
It's like 3k or something.
Yeah.
Roughly 3k. Sure.
It's very conditional though. All right.
Yeah.
Anything we
All
want to anything we want to
I
do?
will,
Oh, go ahead.
I will say I think skill 2 has too low of an SP cost.
It is 20 SP or 30 SP. It's pretty low.
Because it is permanent defense reduction, and if the talent 1 effect is increased by 200%, that's 30 defense down per hit, with each hit being 6 attacks, which is 180, and 10 attacks, which is 16 seconds. That's 1600 defense just gone.
Blue, is this or is this not a way to try to make blue poison do more physical damage? Anyhow, are we ready to move on to lore summary?
Yep.
I'm good to go.
All right, here's our lore summary, and again, let me know when we're ready to go to page 2. I think there's a page, yeah, there is a page 2. I am ready to go to the next page.
I am good to go.
All right,
I'm good to go as well.
cool. All right, same thing. Let me know, and then let me know when we're ready to go to voice line. That may or may not have been. Whoops. made a slide by accident.
Click to add text. Wow, what engaging lore.
I know, right? You can write your own lore in this. Alright, I'm ready to go on voice lines if you guys are.
I am ready as well.
I am ready.
Alrighty. I suppose it's my turn to be thrown under the bus. By virtue of y'all both have done it and I managed to dodge a couple, so I'll get this one. Memory. A researcher in Iberia. If you don't mind... God damn it, Blue. Memory. A researcher in Iberia. If you don't mind, I'll leave all my books here for a bit. These bottles? Yep, those are mercury. Doctor, don't tell me you're planning to drink them. I don't want to take responsibility for your carelessness and random substance. I can stay here. It's quiet enough for me to do my research, though I don't mind people coming by to visit. Let's see how strong their protection really is. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake back in Iberia. Okay, I was like, is it really a blue op if they don't? They're not from Iberia. Alright, red hit points.
Yep.
Cool.
Yes.
And yeah, goody, we have, technically we've done a lot more than 9. We've had a few just like test realm ones, but yeah, we've been doing this for a while. Right, what, a year and a half now? Something like that? Almost a year and a half. Consistency. Alright, who wants to go first? Anyone want to take the first go?
I can go first.
Alrighty.
So let's start with cohesion integration.
Mhm.
I think the kit is... Yeah, actually, you know what? I'm changing my mind. Let's start with lore.
Alright.
Makes more sense this way. I think the lore is pretty good. It's decent. There's this strong connection to elemental mercury. There's this strong connection to, you know, the Seaborn in Iberia.
Mhm.
There's a little bit of mystery with respect to why she is specifically being attacked by Seaborn
Mhm.
and why she uses mercury specifically. I think that's reasonable enough. It is very focused on those two main ideas. I don't feel like I have a super firm idea of her character other than that she controls mercury and that she opposes the Seaborn. But, I mean, for a character where one of the character traits is being mysterious and forgetful, that's not necessarily a problem if they're kind of single-minded.
Mhm.
Overall, I'm going to give the lore a 1.9.
Mhm.
Then integration. I think the integration is okay. I will say the thing I always say, which does not take away very many points. I should say it about everything. There is mostly only one aspect of mercury that is incorporated here. Although it's a bit better. There are two aspects of it. One, that it's a liquid metal, so you have the mercury on the ground, and two, that the embrittlement aspect of it, which I assume is a reference to like mercury amalgams.
Mhm.
And I guess if you look at the lore too, there's this reference to like memory damage, which is also a thing that can happen with prolonged mercury usage. So maybe I retract my objection. It's pretty well integrated. I think the skills do a good job of emphasizing this theme of embrittlement,
Mhm.
the theme of defense reduction. They aren't that strongly linked to other aspects of mercury outside of that, but I think that's okay. I'm quite satisfied with the integration, now that I've thought through it some more, so I'll give that a 2.5.
Mhm.
Next, let's talk about the kit. I have some difficulty deciding how to evaluate the kit, because it's kind of like Lucilia in a lot of ways.
Mhm.
Lucilia has extremely good numbers and is very strong, but only against enemies where it often doesn't matter with, you know, a full squad of whatever operators you want, that you're very strong against them. this operator does really strong defense reduction stuff that lasts forever, right? You deploy this operator, you hit skill 2 after waiting for 10 seconds, and you let them auto for 5 seconds, and they have reduced something defense by 500 forever. That's really strong, but it doesn't work against bosses. So, you know, conditionally, really good. Like, it's such a polarizing effect depending on whether there are threatening elite enemies to deal with, or if the enemies you have to deal with are just sort of boss enemies. Skill-wise, I think skill 2 makes a lot of sense. I think skill 3 makes a lot of sense. I'm a little bit less sure about skill 1. It feels a little bit weird that this skill and only this skill can apply permanent stat reduction to leader enemies. It's a little bit strange to me that the Mercury is not more strongly integrated with the rest of the kit, unless you're using skill 3. I do like the Mercury, I do like Talent 1, I think it's a reasonable thing to do. And I like Talent 2 as a kind of unique way to apply Fragile that isn't just based on, oh, you're applied with this status condition, or oh, you are underneath this much health in my range. Taking that all into account, I think the kit is reasonably good. I'll give it a 1.7. Finally, balance. Like I said before, I'm not really sure how to evaluate this balance-wise. It's so dependent on enemy setup. I do think skill 3 is weaker than it should be. The burst at the end is not a lot of damage, and the fragile that is applied is not that high, and the amount of damage that you do to enemies that are on Mercury is really quite tiny. And it's worse at shredding defense than skill 2 is. Skill 1, I think, is limited enough in terms of how it reduces defense that it's not actually, like, too strong. So really, what I'm looking at is skill 2, which is the huge defense shred. Like, absolutely massive defense shred. Against non-bosses only. I think this is not too powerful. I think this is a powerful effect, but not one that is too powerful. So I think, aside from the skill 3 stuff, where I think the numbers should be higher, I think I'm pretty satisfied with the balance. I'll give it a 2 on balance.
That's an 8.1. Alrighty. Who's got to go next, or do you want me to go next? I am cool with either one.
Can you go next, please?
Yeah, sure thing. Okay, so, we'll start off with lore. I think the lore is, to me, things make sense, but we're missing personality. Like, they do research, right? Memory does research. I'm not really picking up a whole lot from her outside of she enjoys doing her research. So, like, to me, it's like, does it go anything particularly beyond the baseline? I don't know if they particularly go beyond the baseline. So it'll be a 1.5 for me for lore. For integration, I think you did a solid job with Mercury in the integration, especially the permanent damage cat. I'm not sure. I'm assuming I'm gonna say this was intentional, but the permanent like defense, like kind of memory loss, right? Permanent, like that's actually pretty interesting. Pretty interesting way of going about it, right? With the I mean, just Mercury impairment in people in general, right? So, I think that's a pretty interesting way of going about it. So I do actually like the integration. The cohesion, I like that the skill, you know, you're trying to work the skills around that defense shred, right? And you have this condition of, can you shred them below this level of defense to get the big effect? I think that's a pretty cool way to go about it with your skills. So I think conceptually what you're trying to go for, I think you did a pretty good job of what you're going for. So I'll give like a 2.3 for that. I think you actually did a really good job in trying to implement all that. And, you know, the extra little aspect of the memory loss of the Mercury. Beyond just like, alright, things getting shredded, right? You know, everyone can do that. But it's like, okay, you want a little more. It's like I like seeing that. I like seeing that. As for the creativity of the kit, I think this was a pretty interesting way to go about it. Of like, trying to implement perma defense shred, but not in a way that just feels absolutely ridiculous, right? So you're still debuffing. It's just a different form of debuff, but I think it's a pretty cool way to go about it. So I will give balance a 2. Or not balance, kit a 2. As for balance, skill 1, how do I put it? 1 and 3 feel a lot more conditional than 2 does. Like, you got some hoops to jump through for 1 and 3 if you really want to maximize their effect. Whereas skill 2, it's like, unless you're really trying to get it affected on the leader, like, if you're trying to get it on the leader, that's like, okay, yeah, you got some friggin' hoops to jump through if you're trying to get it on the leader. But if you are just, if you're just trying to shred through like thick elites, skill 2 is the easiest one to use. That being said, I think it's, for the most part, like, it's a bit strong. It's a good bit strong given, the how quickly you can get it back up and going, right? But as a whole, I think the balance is fine. So I will give balance like a 1.8. Like, I think it's pretty interesting. I think you could buff up 3. 1 just is wonky. Is the best way to put it. Like, I can't exactly get a good read on if 1 is OP or not. It just feels wonky as a whole. But I think you did a good job. So 7.6 for me. Alright, Boop. Your turn.
Alright, I'm gonna start with a balance this time. I'm gonna start with yeah, I'm gonna start with balance. I think skill 1 is fine. It's a nice AFK skill. In the sense of, I'm gonna AFK and I won't have to stall for like 20 minutes, right? Skill 2 is definitely way too powerful because you can kind of just wait 30 seconds and then basically negate any non-boss in 20 seconds because we did the math earlier and it's minus 1600 or something defense in 10 attacks or so, right? And that's just really insane. Skill 3 is definitely underpowered. It needs to be buffed. The balance part of skill 2 being overpowered just comes from talent 1 being permanent. But I'd say overall the balance is fine, save for skill 2, right? So I'll give it a 1.6.
1.6.
For the kit's nice. I really like that it's not just a classic Hexer kit. So I'll give it a 2. For the cohesion and integration, before going into the element thing, which was done great, by the way, I think the element integration was good. I think the idea of permanent defense reduction should not be a thing. Because even though it doesn't work on leaders, it is just another way to brute force without throwing operators at the wall, essentially, right? Or by throwing operators at the wall, essentially, because what you could do is you could take a bunch of fast redeploys, and you have this really tough one elite enemy, and just like, okay, I'm gonna plop this Hexer down, throw my fast redeploys, and then, okay, this thing's gonna... I'm just gonna win every match like that. It's just not something I personally like, right? Now, if it was if it had a duration and could stack to a certain degree, like it's decreasing by 10 defense, and it, let's say, lasted for 10 seconds and could stack 10 times, then I'd be okay with it, or something like that, And maybe you could change the numbers up a bit. Maybe you could buff up the numbers in skill 1, 2, and 3, or something like that, But I just don't think the idea of it being permanent is just something that shouldn't be allowed. So I am going to dock points. I'm going to give cohesion overall a 1.3. For the lore, lore is basic, and that's about it. 1.4.
Alright, so 6.3 from a Boop. Which puts us at a 22 flat overall for Blue X. Moment. Okay, so wait, no, let's do this first. All right. Some slight adjusting, but overall not too crazy. There we go. Alright, so we're getting down to our last OC of the night, which is Zuikaku Zui, who we thought had gone to the Great Landship of the Sky, but has returned to grace us with more OCs. Alright, Zui. Hopefully I didn't keep you up too late. It's a little bit of a curveball at the last moment, but hopefully we got to you in time. Oh,
Considering
good.
last year it would be 5 a.m. right about now, where we're making good time.
We are actually making quite good time. I think it also helped that we had a bunch of 5 stars.
6-star brawler, let's go. Another brawler? Okay.
Alright. The more I'm thinking about this, I don't have to put the creator name on the slide now.
Bonus points if you get the Toho reference. Well, you see,
Wait.
I never played Toho because I never had a childhood. So, joke's on you.
There we go.
He is referencing extremely obscure and never before heard of Toho character, Utsuho. This is a joke. It's a very well-known and frequently referenced Toho character.
I was gonna say, I've never played Toho, so the reference would have gone over my head. I would have just been like, yes, I see. Alright, so we got Arknights, and the way you worded your theme, it did give me a bit of a giggle. Uranium and uranium accessories. Alright, so unsurprisingly, uranium. Go on to stats? Anything anyone want to comment on this before we go on to stats?
That's the archetype. Oh, brawler.
Brawler.
Okay, cool.
Didn't you just say woohoo a 6-star brawler?
It's 3:30 a.m. Okay.
Understandable. Or Grandpa has some memory loss. I don't know. One of the two.
This is why my gender pronouns is Mr./Grandpa. Okay.
Understandable. Alright, how do the stats and trust bonus adjust to?
To be fair, like realistically, on a more serious note, my memory has always been a little bit wonky.
Oh shit. Oh well.
This is higher attack but lower defensive stats compared to Chongyue.
Okay. How does it compare to Mountain? Out of curiosity.
That's a good question. Mountain,
I
where
think
are
it's
you?
probably also the same for Mountain. Because Chongyue already was more offensively focused than Mountain was.
Mountain is more defense, less attack, and more HP than this
HP.
operator.
Alright. Well, let's. Oh, that's a funky talent one. Let me see if I know how to. Let me see if I know how to break this one down. So, you did sing it. So that explains why all the skills fit on one page, Zui. So you naturally have slower SP regen, but if you activate the skill, okay. So basically, the more you activate your skill, the faster you will get. Your SP, and then you'll speed up how quickly you're able to come back. Okay. It took me a second to look at it. Alright, how does that work again? And then there is... Oh, that's an interesting irradiation thing.
This is a large talent increase from potential 5.
Minus 30 res is a lot.
It is, although on a unit, well, I don't know that they don't do very much arc damage, but if you are a physical unit, shredding res is sort of interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this could be like one of those operator words. I was like, yes, I'm here to help the team. By myself, I am completely useless.
Also depends on how long, like, what's the SP cost on the skills.
This
For
is
that.
also true.
Because for
Well,
the most part... Go ahead.
If you're hitting something for like 9 seconds, you get 10 stacks,
Mhm.
right? So I don't think they're ever going to be useless on their own. But they could be a team support, yeah.
Also, the case is that, like, since they are a brawler for the most part, you're only going to be punching one enemy, just on auto, like, this is only considering auto attacks. So it really is going to depend on what the skills do, with how crazy that talent 2 will ramp up, I think. So, ready to go on to skills?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, so the double take that I had to do when I saw the skills, and I was like, wait, they all fit on one slide? Who are you? What did you double see? Okay, I can start seeing why, like, you can start getting some value out of the SP shenaniganry now.
Attacks 4 times consecutively and deals arts damage. Indra is in shambles. Feels bad.
To be fair, what is
Indra
Indra
heals
not?
herself. Like Indra's skill 2 is actually pretty good. It just has terrible uptime.
Yeah.
Isn't that just like the theme of half the Glasgow gang operators? Which just like they can do
Wait,
some good
hold
things,
up,
but
hold up. Why would it ignore defense but deals arts damage? Wait.
it's there for flavor text.
Wait.
It's there for flavor text.
I would hope that you ignore 100% of defense when doing arts damage.
Wait.
It's just to fuck you over for the sake of it.
Man, Indra's really losing all of his since day one.
It ignores.
Indra only ignores 60% defense, and she doesn't deal arts damage, and she doesn't attack 4 times consecutively. Like, man, feels bad.
It ignores 50% defense just for the sake of it. It's just to tell the enemy that I could go for your defense, but I'm actually gonna hit you with it. It hits with the emotional damage. They get confused. They get it's like a crossover basketball. Like they just get mixed up. They're like, oh,
It's like a
oh, no.
fame.
Oh no, they're shredding my defense. Oh man, they just punched me in the arts stand. They punched me in the res. What the hell, man? You mix up on them.
All enemies within 2 tiles on 1 second. Can only be used 10 times per deployment.
It does charge pretty quick. It does charge pretty quickly, so you are going to get through that pretty quickly. That's ignore 65%. You're just giving double middle fingers. You're like, punch the enemy. They're just like, bro. Last usage. Okay. Ignores 100%. Oh, so that's true damage. On the last hit. A lot of damage. Wait. I'm gonna assume that drags all the enemies that get hit, because I don't see a limit.
That would be my assumption. You hit targets around you, you pull them with you. It's sort of like Claudia S3, I think. But like in reverse.
Are you sure S2 is not functionally a nuke at the end? Because S2 functionally is a very big nuke at the end.
I would assume that's supposed to be the case.
Yes, that is my assumption as well.
To be fair, 2,000 attack of what? 800? Oh wait, that's a 2,000 is a lot. Hold on.
2000, and it's true.
It's like
You're
16.
ignoring.
It's like 16k.
You're ignoring.
I mean,
100%
it's
defense.
not exactly true damage because true damage ignores physical damage reduction.
Oh, that's true. So you are still affected by physical damage reduction.
It's okay. This is just like Ulpian S3 damage
Big,
wise.
big kaboom.
It is just a big kaboom, isn't it?
You do
That's
only
fine.
get
I'm
a
okay
lot
with
of
big
damage.
kabooms.
You only get one kaboom though.
See, here's the thing, right? You have to wait. It takes like
Right.
100 seconds for this to happen, right?
Well, you
Because
have,
you have
you
to
have
click
faster
it.
SP regen.
Well,
Oh, that's true. You
Yeah.
do have faster SP regen. Either way, you have 70 seconds to wait until the next time you can do it, and
you
then
know,
all the skills.
your redeployment time gets faster once you use
Oh,
it 10
right.
times. So you can drop,
Damn,
you can drop 30. You can nuke every 30.
man! All these newfangled operators, man. I'm a day one player. All right, all of these operators are too powerful for my liking.
It's a good bit of damage on that S2. Like quite a big number of damage. Given,
I'm not tremendously opposed to this.
I think it's fine because it takes a good bit to get to that point, even with the SP regen. Like, functionally, you're really only gonna get 1, maybe 2 uses out of this at most.
Which
like-
is
and
like
like-
fine.
And that's
My
assuming you're
comparison
popping it.
kind of is like Chongyue S2, which does 450% attack and then 650% attack, but
Mhm.
you also have the talent, which is like a 65% damage up, if I recall correctly. So that ends up being like 1,700% of his attack reduced by defense twice. This is 3,000% attack reduced by defense 0 times. It's
You
better,
know what?
but it's not like amazingly better.
You know what'd be really funny? If skill 2 was the type of skill that couldn't be activated if there was no target in range. Because there are some skills that you just can't activate if there's no target in range.
Claudia S3, first one that comes to mind. Chen S3. Few S3s, that's for sure. S3. Big attack range. Let's see. So stacks. You're also gonna get the 2 stacks from enemies in that phalanx range when you pop the skill. You now do arts damage. Is Brawler Guard looks inside arts damage.
I can't believe that it has a 160% slow.
Let's see, max. Oh wow.
And a minus 60 res, damn.
So if they're at 160%, do they start like moonwalking backwards?
I'm assuming
No,
I'm
yeah.
assuming it caps at like minus 80%.
There's a minimum movement speed that enemies can have. So it would cap at that number, I think.
You're effectively hitting the cap with that.
Yeah. After you get either 12 or 13 stacks, I think.
Okay, so the hitting critical. Okay. Can we all kind of just agree now that Zui probably hit the theming of working in the element the best? Can we all just
Yes.
kind of collectively agree on that? Because I'm pretty sure he studies this.
Yes.
I think it does a good job at that.
But-
Although I'm gonna say the thing I always say, which is, yeah, it's about a criticality of uranium, but what about the other elements of uranium other than the fact that it's critical? What about those?
There's a radiation,
That's
and
true.
like how it affects sluggishness of people. Not to mention
Reasonable point.
the effective uranium kaboom at the end there of S2.
True.
Actually, would a nuke do physical or
Yes.
arts damage in real life?
Physical.
Physical, right?
Yeah,
I
because
mean, I think everything in real life does physical damage.
What would be arts in real life then? Emotional damage?
I think that's like elemental damage based on
maybe.
Virtuosa.
So what kind of arts damage would be arts damage, I wonder? Alright, ready to go on the board?
Yeah.
Alright. Actually, how does S3? Any particular thoughts on S3 outside of lots of
S3 feel I don't really care about the 80 SP cost because it's 70 additional SP. This feels very powerful for no reason at all. Because it's basically just like whatever boss comes along, it's just like you plop this down, you wait 10 seconds, and it doesn't even need to be near the boss is the thing because of the insane attack range, right?
Mhm.
And it's just like that boss is just gonna die because it's minus 60, you rise at minus 60% defense. So like, what are you doing? What does a boss do against that?
It is effectively just a supportive skill because like there's no bonus attack, right? And brawlers need to have a lot of bonus attack in order to deal like real damage. But
I mean,
it's
but
not-
they get a
it is
lot of
very
attack
strong.
speed. They get a lot
Yeah,
of
but-
attack speed though.
But attack speed doesn't really help. Like it's 700 damage twice per second, right? It's like you have 2/3 of a Grey Throat hitting the boss.
I mean, it is
But
dealing arc damage.
But the supportive effect is very strong. That's a fair point. It's still not that much arc damage, but it's. I guess you have the damage over time effect, and it's a 40% slow. Yeah, and it's not 750, it's like 1,500 because it's up to 20 stacks. So yeah, that's a lot.
With longer ticks.
That seems quite good. And yeah, 70 is initial SP is a lot.
Yeah,
And yeah, you can the chain reaction, although it's only like 1.5k damage. I guess the 10 stacks of irradiated is the more important point.
I'm adding that S3 is now S3 can hypothetically be a dirty bomb with. Does uranium really get used in dirty bombs? You're just it's not technically not really a nuke. It's not a big damage. So it's like maybe more of a dirty bomb because you're just spreading more. You're basically just doing more radiation. Is used in every nuke. I was gonna say it's like because a dirty bomb it's not technically a nuclear explosion, it's just a conventional explosion that you have radioactive elements that you shoved into it. Right? It's like you functionally don't use. So, anyhow, we're ready to go to lore summary. Sorry, I may have accidentally hit the button. Okay. Okay. I'm assuming the operator's name is a Marie Curie reference. Unless I'm like actually brain dead today.
Who?
Marie Curie.
I don't know who that is.
Can't believe you don't know who
Are you serious?
Marie Curie is.
It has been a while since I have educated myself.
MH. Let me know when you are ready to go to page 2.
I'm ready.
Uh-huh.
Double Nobel Prize winner.
Perfect.
He's one of the people who discovered radiation. Good to know. Today I learned.
Is this the world where Marie Curie doesn't die of radiation poisoning?
Can't wait for the Amelia Earhart operator.
This operator flies.
So we don't know a lot about the chemical properties of the Arknights world, as we've mentioned, but we do know that there is radioactivity in the Arknights world because it's mentioned in the Rainbow Six Siege event.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Or I mean, maybe that's just because they're from, like, the real world, but the everyone's favorite boss is radioactive.
Remind me who everyone's favorite boss is again?
Essence of Evolution.
Oh.
Oh. For a moment I thought you meant Emperor's Blade and I got excited.
No. Favorite in the sense that you hate them, not in the sense that you like them.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't understand sarcasm at 4 a.m. in the morning.
Alright. Ready to do voice lines?
Yes.
Yep.
Alright, who wishes to do voice lines? Zui, do you have anyone in mind to do voice lines? Or are we throwing each other under the bus? Zui is also apparently doing his best roll a 3-sided die. Bruh. Alright, I'll be 1, Sky be 2, Boop be 3.
Alright.
Okay, I said roll a 3-sided die. It gave me a 4-sided one, and it naturally rolled a frickin' 4.
Just re-roll it.
All right, I re-roll it. It gave me 2. So Scotty,
you're up.
Have I thought of a name for my miracle element yet? No, not yet. It's still not stable enough for non-combat applications, as much as that galls me. I don't want it to be named until I can be sure it's something that benefits society, rather than something to be cursed, you know? Sorry, Doctor, health's not what it used to be, but I swear I'm still hip and young. Really, I'm fine. Don't call the medical department, please. I have become death. No, that sounds tacky. Whoa, don't touch me just yet. I just got out of the lab. Give me some time to clean up first. Don't want to get you poisoned.
woo! All right, we ready to do points?
Yes.
Boop,
I'm ready for points. Sorry, I'm just stun locked by Boop, thinking this is a reference to.
It's not. That's Oppenheimer. I have become death,
I
destroyer
haven't-
of worlds.
I have not watched Oppenheimer.
It's not a. That's not the movie reference. That's literally just what he said. That's like.
Listen, I am uneducated.
Alright, chat. Remind me to lock Boop into a history textbook, like into a room with nothing
Listen,
but history textbooks for like 3 days.
if you give me the history textbook, I'll read it.
Excellent.
I'll,
Alright,
I'll
chat.
read the whole thing.
We need to. God damn it, Swiftly. we need history textbooks for Boop right quick. For good reasons.
Listen. My degree is in liberal arts. I am a dumb fuck.
Alright, who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Go for it.
Let me just pull up the operator real quick on the side. Right, let's start with lore. I think the lore is fine. It makes sense for the character. It is... I would describe it as sort of standard, you know. Parents died, working to prevent parents, the thing that happened that caused her parents to die from happening in the future. Wacky experimental not wacky, that's not the right word for this, but experimental scientist joins Rhode Island to do experimental science. You know, it's fine. I have no objections. And I give it a 1.6. Next, let's talk about the integration. This is pretty strongly integrated. Again, I'm going to say the spiel I say every time. I think so far Blue has been the only, Blue's operator has been the only operator that has not had this caveat, but great integration with the, you know, fissile, radioactive aspects of uranium. I would love to see references to some other aspects of uranium if possible. That said, I think everything is very tightly integrated. I think both skills make sense for both talents make sense for uranium. All of the skills make a lot of sense. Skill 1 is not like super tightly integrated, but I think it's integrated enough with the talents that it makes a lot of sense. Skill 2 and skill 3 very strongly and directly related to uranium. So I think that is a really good job overall. I'll give it a 2.6 for integration. Next, kit. I think the kit works fairly well. This talent 1, I think, is a really interesting thing to play around with. It's both an incentive to keep an operator deployed for a long time and something that helps with redeploying operators later in the stage. I think these are both interesting things to play with on brawlers, because brawlers are oftentimes units that require a lot of help if you want to keep them out for a while. You know, obviously Chongyue gives you an incentive to keep him out for a while, but he's very squishy. Mountain is more the type of operator that you deploy at the start of the stage and, you know, don't really move them around a ton after that. So this offers some more dynamic play, which is interesting. Talent 2 is also kind of neat in that it is defensive more by encouraging you not to block than it is by actually giving you defense, which is to say, this operator really likes being deployed like to the side of enemies and hitting them in the same way you might use like Moose or something. And I think Talent 2 encourages that in a neat way. Skill 1 is, you know, basic, it works with the talents, totally fine. Skill 2, I think the 10 time for deployment thing is interesting. It's very similar to like a Thorn's S3 or a Chongyue S3 in some ways, except instead of the payoff you get being, you know, a strong consistent lane holder, the payoff you get is one big damage button. Admittedly, the damage button is not actually that big, which I realize is wild to say when it's 3000% damage, but you know, you have to charge it for a long time to do it. I think it's reasonably interesting, even although rushing forwards is not a super well-defined effect. I assume it's like the Ulpian effect, but explicit definition is cool. Skill 3, I have mixed feelings about. It's cool. It very strongly integrates this radioactivity idea. It's very strong. You get to stack a ton of radiation damage on everything, and you know, in a massive range. It's like it's an extremely strong supportive ability. It's sort of like Askel and S2, but like super powered. At the same time, the SP cost and initial SP are such that it sort of wants you to redeploy, which works against Talent 1 to somewhat of a significant extent. And also, it really de-emphasizes the operator's like personal attacking, so I'm not sure it's the sort of thing that makes a ton of sense for a brawler. But all in all, I think it's good. Outside of that, I just wish it was more. Skill 3 in particular was a bit more tightly integrated. I'm gonna give it a 2.1. That. And then balance. I think this operator is very strong. I think the getting up to 10 stacks of radiation is relatively easy to do if you're on like skill 1 and you're just pointing it to the side. And it's a good effect. Maybe not quite as good as like Ascalon, but you know, Ascalon is a very strong operator, so a favorable comparison is, or a comparison that is not entirely favorable is still pretty good. And I also think S3 is just extremely, extremely strong. It is a big radius, it does a ton of damage, it does a ton of res reduction. 60% defense down is like a lot. It's not an unprecedented amount, but it's a lot. Minus 60 res is kind of an unprecedented amount of res shred, and it's on a unit that's also doing, you know, 60,000 dark damage over the course of the skill. And you can redeploy them and get the skill back in another, you know, 12 seconds after they're redeployed, like Silver Ash style. Other than skill 3 though, I think the balance is decent enough. I'll give it a 1.7 on balance. Then.
Comes out to an 8 overall for Skami. Alright, Boop, you want to go next or you want me to go next?
I can go next.
For it.
I'll just start off by giving a 2.5 to cohesion and integration.
Mm-hmm.
Because even though the element was integrated perfectly, I do feel as if the skills and the talents do clash slightly, in the sense that what do you call it? Yeah, you got skill 2 that wants you to constantly activate it, and then it does work with talent 1. It's not that it doesn't, but it just feels slightly counterintuitive. If skill 3 has a similar issue in a way. Hey, because you can't, because with talent 1 requiring multiple activations, with skill 3 just you activate it once and then it's an 80-second cooldown. You might as well redeploy the operator anyway, instead of just waiting the whole 80 seconds, right? Right. No, what's the next thing? It's just like, yeah, it other than that, it's just, yeah, the cohesion's great. The lore is fine. Lore is basic, but it has a little bit of heart put into it. I'll give it a 1.7. Balance is wonky at best, in my opinion. I think talent 2 is way too powerful, in the sense that on its own it's fine, but compounded with the skill 2 and the skill 3, it's a bit much, you know? Skill 3 is definitely way too overtuned. Skill 2 is fine, skill 1 is fine. I'll give balance a 1.6. And for the kit, I really like the kit. I think the kit is nice, but it doesn't... It's interesting, but it doesn't feel fresh. It doesn't feel very... Like, this does not feel like a brawler, right? Like, it feels like the only reason there's a brawler is for the attack interval and for the 1 block, and that's about it, right? Like, if you look at the skills, you look at the talent, like brawler isn't the archetype that comes to mind. So I'll give the kit a 1.5, because I feel as if that sort of just clashes. I feel as if the archetype is clashing with the skills and the talent.
Alright, so that's 7.3 from Boop. Alright, so for me, I'll start with lore. I think the lore is, you know, it's not, it's there. Like, did it do anything particularly crazy? No, it's, I think you even said it, Zui, but bog standard lore. And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna agree with that. It's pretty bog standard lore. So just 1.5, like, you hit the baseline, nothing too crazy outside of that. Cohesion, I think you did, I think in terms of incorporated theme, I think you did great. Like, I don't think anyone's gonna top you on integrating the theme. I'm gonna disagree a little with Skami in that I think Zui actually incorporated a bunch of different aspects of uranium outside of, you know, you have radiation, you have, you know, uranium was supercritical, and then you also have the armor pen aspects of. There's a lot of different aspects that are actually incorporated of it. As for the overall cohesion, I think S3 in terms of skills, it doesn't really, it feels kind of out of place, especially given that talent 1. It fits better with talent 2, but it really is out of place for talent 1. Like, usually I'm okay with if there's a little bit of like divergence, but on the talent 1 especially is the one where I'm like, okay, like that, okay, talent 1 S3, like those two do not mix at all, right? But overall, I think you did a good job with like making it cohesive and integrating everything. So I'll give it a 2.3. For the kit itself, I think the kit is okay. Here's my impression of the kit. It's I see a brawler, right? I look inside, I get like half an arts guard inside. I'm like, wait a minute, like, this does not match what I was told on the box, right? So I think that for the kit, it's interesting what you did to try to make the brawler. Hey, Indra, you got a little more arts going on. Let's be real here. You got a little more arts going on than you got a bit more arts going on. All right, but it's like, but as a whole, like, god damn it, Swiftly. Everything returns to Phalanx Caster again. But I think as a whole overall fresh, like for what you're trying to do to make them a brawler, I think you definitely tried to spice things up with a brawler. But it leans a bit too much into arts for my liking for a lot of their stuff. That being said, all in all, I'll still give it 2 because I think it is fresh. I just think maybe it would have been better to make them as like, I don't know, maybe like debatably New York, but it's like I think there's a better way to go about it than brawler maybe. Hell, you could have made him a lord. You can do anything with a lord these days. And then as for the balance itself, I think S3 is kind of whack. S3 is kind of whack. No, Skami, don't encourage this. S3 is the Yabe one. Is the Yabe one. 2 is pretty big numbers, but given like the hoops you kind of got to jump through to get it done, it's like, okay, it's acceptable. And then S1's fine. So I will give balance a... give it a 1.8 for balance. So it puts me at a 7.6 overall. Puts you at a 22.9 for Zui and our last one of the night. So we'll see what tomorrow brings, but let me update the scores so that we have a what you call it. So you guys, if you wanted to screenshot the scores, now would be a good time if you wanted to screenshot the leaderboard. Now would be a good time to screenshot the leaderboard for any of you that are doing that. Yeah, unsurprisingly, I think Zui doing a good job with the elements integration here. I think was I don't think that was really surprising to anyone. But yeah, there's the leaderboard for today. So tomorrow, I guess schedule is still up. I will just make a slight adjustment that we added Zui to the end of day 1. So, but otherwise, that'll do it for us today.
I'm really glad that we did decimals, because otherwise we would have 422s.
Yeah, there's a reason why I put decimals, so we can avoid these, we can try to avoid ties. I don't hit ties anyway, but look, we're doing our best here. Anything we'd like to add? Skami, anything you'd like to add before we wrap up for the night?
I think this was a overall very solid set of operators. I was happy to see them.
Alrighty. In that case, alright, let's see. We're getting ready to end here. Is there anyone streaming that I know? Oh, hey. Goody streaming. Perfect. I'm gonna send y'all to Goody. Raid message will be Woe Dead Month be upon ye. I'm gonna send y'all to Goody. Otherwise, see y'all tomorrow. Same time, 8:30 p.m. Pacific time. And we'll get through the rest of our OCs. To close out the 9th contest, currently Spipley is in the lead, but will Spipley's lead hold? We shall see. Alright, go bother Goody now. I send y'all off to Goody. Have a good day, good night, good y'all are. See y'all tomorrow. Enjoy. Bye bye.